All right. This is, I'm Jeb Butler on behalf of the plaintiff. With me in the same room here, Matt Kahn, also with me for plaintiff Hunter, and Nick Potenis for plaintiff Patterson. This will be the 30B6 deposition of Arcadis. The witness they've chosen is Mr. Tony Hendon, as we know. We'll share my screen now and start and show two exhibits which are already marked. One is Plaintiff's Exhibit A to this depo. That's the joint notice of video deposition for this deposition. I'm sure everybody's seen it. And then Exhibit B is Arcadis's response to that notice of deposition. And I put it in the record here because it goes through and identifies which topics they want each person to talk about. And that has been, I think, duly filed as well. Yeah. So this will be the deposition of Arcadis pursuant to Rule 30B6, taken pursuant to the Civil Practice Act for all purposes permitted by the Act, including use of trial. And that completes my read on, unless if anybody else has anything before we go to swear the witness, we can do it now.
I was just going to say, we agree to the standard stipulations with the caveat that we reserve the right to object today as necessary under the Civil Practice Act.
I don't know what the standard stipulations are, so I don't agree to them. Of course, you have a right to object under the CPA.
That's fine. Okay.
I really thought we would have more colloquy than that with all these lawyers. I mean, it's amazing so many people stay so quiet. But I'll start before I jinx myself. Would our court reporter please swear in the witness?
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Tony Hendon.
And what company do you work for, Mr. Hendon?
Arcadis.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2019. April 2019, I believe.
And what is your title at Arcadis?
Currently, I'm a project manager.
How long have you been a project manager with Arcadis?
3 years, I believe.
All right. Are you a professional engineer?
I am.
Okay. Does your work ever involve developing training programs?
In relation to this topic?
No, in general. Are you involved in training programs?
I do trainings.
Okay. And I noticed that there's someone in the screen there with you. Who is that?
It is Sally Bright.
And Sally Bright is Arcadis' lawyer, right?
Yes.
Do you know why she decided to sit right next to you in the screen?
I don't.
Okay.
Maybe to be seen.
All right. Well, tell me what kind of company Arcadis is.
It is a consulting engineering firm.
Oh, and how big is it?
Oh, it's a worldwide company. I don't recollect right offhand our numbers at this point.
Well, let me show you. I'm sorry, what did you say?
It is large.
Let me show you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 211. Do you recognize that as Arcadis's webpage?
That appears to be the U.S. webpage.
Right. Where's the company headquartered?
In the Netherlands.
And then we talked about the size of it, which is why I brought this up. You said it was big. According to Plaintiff's 211, it has 27,000 people in 70 countries. Does that sound right to you?
I think that's a very good round number.
Okay. Do you understand that for purposes of today's deposition, we, that is the plaintiffs, asked to speak with a representative of Arcadis on certain topics, and the company chose you to speak on its behalf, at least as to some of those topics?
Yes.
Do you understand that within those topics, the answers you give today will be the answers of the company, Arcadis?
Yes.
What did you do to prepare for this deposition?
I reviewed emails and documentations that were part of this case.
Did you talk with anybody else who works at Arcadis to prepare for the deposition?
Those that are involved, I did.
With who specifically?
Walker Marshall, Ryan Anderson, Calvin Thrasher.
Calvin Thrasher was one of the guys who was out there for Arcadis, riding the roads and looking at guardrail, if I remember right. Is that correct?
He was an inspector on this contract.
Did that mean he would ride the roads in District 7 and look at the guardrail?
That was one of his many duties in conjunction, yes, with a lot of other responsibilities that he has.
Did you meet with Arcadis's lawyers before this deposition?
I did talk to them.
All right. How many times?
I don't remember.
Okay. More than 5?
Yes, more than 5, probably less than 50.
Okay. We'll deal with that range. Did you meet with any Arcadis lawyers other than Ms. Bright, who's seated to your right today?
Scott Palmer.
All right.
But it was more of a coordination discussions, not in detail on the topic.
What was Arcadis's job in connection with Guardrail and its work with the Georgia Department of Transportation?
Can you give a context of the time frame?
Yeah, the time we're talking about. That is to say, this collision on June the 3rd, 2018, and the months leading up to that.
June 2018.
Yeah, it was June 2018.
So at that point, when we started getting involved in the guardrail was around March 2018.
Okay, what was Arcadis's job with respect to the guardrail?
In March of 2018, we were asked by GDOT to help manage the Martin Robbins service contract for guardrail.
And do what specifically?
Manage the contract in the aspect of when we are out looking at other jobs, when we are riding routes, checking sweeping, and other duties that we were tasked to do. If we see a damaged guardrail, we were to report that and then send that report to Martin Robbins. And then they would in turn send us a report back when they repaired that strike. And then we would go and validate that repair.
Would it be fair to say that Arcadis was supposed to inspect and locate damaged guardrails?
Objective form.
Can you repeat that?
Would it be fair to say that Arcadis's job was to inspect and locate damaged guardrails?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did you look into what Arcadis's job was in preparation for this deposition today?
I did.
Okay. Well, let me show you then, I'll show you an exhibit. This is going to be Plaintiff's Exhibit 208. Do you see Arcadis's name in the top left of Exhibit 208?
I do.
And then it's got GDOT's little logo and name in the top right, doesn't it?
Yes.
This is a report by Arcadis inspector and employee Ryan Roundtree, right?
Yes.
What's the date?
It's a week ending date of 7/23/2017.
Okay. And if we scroll down a little bit, we can see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, Mr. Roundtree was doing the same thing for Arcadis, right?
It appears that that's what he wrote on his activity report, but that doesn't mean that that's all he was doing necessarily.
According to Plans Exhibit 208, on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, Mr. Roundtree of Arcadis inspected and located damaged guardrails. Isn't that what it says?
That is what it says, yes.
Isn't it true that as to inspecting and reporting damaged guardrails, Arcadis essentially stepped into GDOT's shoes, into GDOT's place?
Object that that calls for a legal conclusion.
What's the answer, Mr. Hinman?
Can you repeat the question?
Isn't it true that as to inspecting and locating damaged guardrails, Arcadis essentially stepped into GDOT's place or into GDOT's shoes?
No, I don't think that was the intent.
Was Arcadis not supposed to inspect and locate damaged guardrail?
When asked to by GDOT, we were.
Did you personally ride the roads in Atlanta, Georgia and inspect guardrails?
I'm here to talk about Arcadis, not me personally.
No, sir. Respectfully, that one is within your deposition notice, and two, even if I veer outside of it, it doesn't mean Arcadis gets to refuse to answer. The answer is just the answer of you personally and not Arcadis. I notice the deposition sets that out in some detail. Did you personally ride the roads and inspect guardrail in Atlanta, Georgia?
I have not.
Who did?
Our inspectors,
Okay, and one of them was Calvin Thrasher. One of them was Mr. Roundtree, right?
some of them do not work for Arcadis anymore. And also I will say that, GDOT had also was, we were supposed to do this in conjunction with GDOT. It's not a sole responsibility of Arcadis.
All right, let's stick with getting these names down. Which one is it that doesn't work for Arcadis anymore?
If you can give me a list, I'll give you if they still work for Arcadis or not.
All right, well, we just mentioned Calvin Thrasher and Ryan Roundtree, right?
Ryan Roundtree does not.
All right. Calvin Thrasher and Ryan Roundtree were two of the people who were riding the roads and inspecting guardrail for Arcadis, right?
Objective form, you need to be clear about the time period.
No, respectfully, I disagree. Isn't it true that Calvin Thrasher and Ryan Roundtree were two of the people who rode the roads and inspected guardrail for Arcadis?
They rode the routes and they were doing other duties. If they saw damaged guardrail during their other duties, they were asked when they could safely report that guardrail if they did find something that was damaged. It was not their sole job to ride around and inspect and find damaged guardrail.
Who else was supposed to report damaged guardrail upon finding it, in addition to Calvin Thrasher and Ryan Roundtree?
All GDOT employees that were maintenance employees that were employed. Also, any of our inspectors that were out doing other duties.
Okay, and what other inspectors would that have been for Arcadis who were supposed to report damaged guardrail if they found it?
Well, we've had several coming in and out throughout the course of this contract. So if you could give me some names you're looking for, I can tell you if they're still with Arcadis or not.
Whether they're with Arcadis or not isn't my question. And the other, I suppose, response I need to make is that you work for Arcadis and you're the witness who's prepared to answer questions today, not me. So the question is, in addition to Calvin Thrasher and Ryan Roundtree, what other people who worked for Arcadis were supposed to report damaged guardrail when they found it?
I have a list in front of me of everybody that we've employed at District 7.
Okay, well, let's just deal with Thrasher and Roundtree then. Are those guys professional engineers like you?
No.
Did they need to be professional engineers in order to locate and report damaged guardrail?
No.
Why not?
Object that that calls for a legal conclusion.
What's the answer?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Why do they not need to be professional engineers in order to report damaged guardrail?
I think that's the same question.
It is.
Object that it calls for a legal conclusion.
So I don't have an opinion on it.
Okay, well, isn't it true? The answer is because noting that guardrail is damaged just is not very complicated.
Objective form.
Question, Claire.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Claire.
I just said my name because you said it was hard to see everybody at one time.
You're on
Yes, I just didn't hear your objection.
Oh, she's
I
on mute.
just
She's
object
on
to the
mute.
form of the question.
You're on mute, Claire.
But if I put,
Oh,
feedback.
can
can you guys hear me? We're in the same room, so.
Sorry, to be clear, her objection was at the same time as yours, so I just didn't get the actual words. I heard you talking.
I'm sorry. I said object to the form of the question, Claire.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll try to be clear.
I join in that objection?
All right, let's see. Ms. Lowe, it might help if you put us on gallery view, then you would be able to see it.
You are. I can see you guys up there.
Okay,
But like I said, it was simply a matter of two people talking at once. So I could see her talking. I heard her name, but I
It's
didn't
okay.
hear if she said.
let's get back to doing a deposition. And everyone has an objection to, on the grounds they've all stated, to the line of questions that follows. Question is, isn't it true that it's just not very complicated to notice whether guardrail is damaged and then report that to somebody else?
Object to the form of the question.
Object to the form of the question.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Well, why didn't you send professional engineers out there to do the job if it required professional engineers?
Object to the form of the question.
I didn't say that it required an engineer.
Why, well, let me ask you this way. Why didn't Arcadis send professional engineers out to inspect and locate damaged guardrails?
Object to the form of the question.
I don't know the answer to that.
I think you've touched on this next question, but I want to ask one more time. If Arcadis found damaged guardrails, what was Arcadis supposed to do about that?
Object to the form of the question.
When we found damaged guardrail, we were to report it.
All right, report it to who?
GDOT.
And Martin Robbins also, right?
No, we were supposed to report it to GDOT's D7 guardrail email address.
And that got distributed to Martin Robbins, right?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
What's the answer?
Can you repeat the question?
And that got distributed to Martin Robbins, right?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
It was supposed to be.
Okay. Now, what's the point of doing that, of reporting damaged guardrail?
Object that goes beyond the scope of his testimony. You're now asking about guardrails in general.
Okay.
And he's not the designee for that.
We disagree, but you have your objection. What was the point of reporting damaged guardrail?
It's not my field to answer that question.
Well, maybe the question is too simple. I mean, the point of reporting damaged guardrail is so it can get fixed, right?
Object to the form of the question.
That's your conclusion.
Well, right, it's a question. Do you agree with it? Isn't the point of reporting damaged guardrail so that the guardrail can get fixed?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Say that again, please.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
It's all right. I'll give everybody a standing objection, so maybe we can just have a question and answer. Isn't the point of reporting damaged guardrail so that the guardrail can get fixed?
object to the form of the question.
Join.
Yes.
And reporting damaged guardrail so that it can get fixed is important for public safety, right?
No, you are now you're going into areas that are beyond the scope of his designated testimony.
We
I would
disagree.
join that objection.
We
And
disagree.
for other reasons as
I'm
well.
I'm gonna, you need to stick to the parameters of our response, and he is the designee for certain topics, and we did not designate anyone for proper function and purpose of guardrail, which is what you're going into now. And we are not answering questions on that. That calls for expert testimony, and he's here in a factual capacity.
We disagree with just about all of that. Particularly, I'd point you to the law that's articulated in our notice of deposition, which says that even if something is outside the scope of that notice, which I don't think this is, then the witness can still answer and must.
Well, I'm instructing him not to answer about the proper function and purpose of a guardrail, which is what you're asking. We
All right.
specifically did not designate him to testify on that topic, and we're not going to answer those questions. And if we need to get the judge on the phone, let's bring it on.
Ms. Bright, you don't get to circumscribe my questions by the way you responded to notice of deposition. That ain't the law. So I'm going to ask a question, and if you would like to instruct Mr. Hendon not to answer, you can. I'll ask you this ahead of time because it might save us some time. Can we stipulate for purposes of this deposition that if you instruct Mr. Hendon not to answer the question, he will follow that instruction and not answer?
I mean, if I instruct him not to answer, I expect him to not answer, correct?
Right. The reason I asked for that stipulation is it'll save me the follow-up question of saying, are you going to follow this lawyer's advice? Do we agree that when you instruct Mr. Hendon not to answer, he will not answer?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Here's the question. Reporting damaged guardrail so that it can get fixed is important for public safety, isn't it?
I instruct you not to answer that question.
Object to the form of the question.
Don't you agree, Mr. Hendon, that Arcadis had an obligation to the public to report damaged guardrail as required by its agreement with GDOT?
Object. I instruct you not to answer that question as it is not in your scope of designated topics.
What's the purpose of guardrail anyway, Mr. Hendon?
Object to the question as it addresses proper function and purpose of guardrail, and Mr. Hendon is not the designee for that topic.
Object to the form of the question.
Mr. Hendon, you hadn't been instructed not to answer that, at least
I
not yet.
instruct you not to answer.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree that the basic purpose of guardrail is to keep drivers safe?
I instruct you not to answer. Object. This is not within the scope of his designated testimony.
Object to the form of the question.
Wouldn't you agree, as a professional engineer and a man who works for a company that does a lot of guardrail work, that if a car starts to leave a roadway and is heading towards some kind of hazard, the point of guardrail is to keep the vehicle away from that hazard?
I object to that as outside of the scope of his designated testimony and instruct him not to answer.
Object to the form of the question.
Okay. Well, let me show you something that's marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 51. You see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Got one. Thank you. That has the little seal logo for the US DOT Federal Highway Administration in the top left, right?
Again, you are delving into the proper function and purpose of a guardrail, and I instruct him not to answer.
Well, the question was whether he saw the seal in the top left of the page.
But it's dealing with a topic for which he is about the proper function and purpose of a guardrail.
Okay. Are you instructing Mr. Hendon not to answer as to
Yes.
whether he sees the seal in the top left of the page?
Yes.
Okay. My next question is, Mr. Hendon, doesn't it say that a guardrail is, first and foremost, a safety barrier intended to shield a motorist who has left the roadway?
Object. This is outside of the scope of his testimony. I instruct him not to answer.
Isn't it true that guardrails can make roads safer and lessen the severity of crashes?
Object. This calls for expert testimony, calls for a legal side of his scope of topics.
Object to the form of the question.
I instruct him not to answer.
You're gonna have to write a note. if you tell me something. All right. Mr. Hendon, did Arcadis report the guardrail that's involved in this case as having been damaged?
No,
Let me ask that again. I think maybe I must have been being unclear. Did Arcadis tell GDOT and Martin Robbins that the guardrail at issue in this case had been damaged and was in need of repair?
we did not send the subject guardrail. We did not see the subject guardrail being damaged and then therefore report it to GDOT. That was GDOT personnel that did that.
Who is Linda English?
She's a former employee,
Of who?
Arcadis.
Isn't it true that Miss English worked for Arcadis as of April 20, 2018?
And I'm sorry, you cut off there for a minute. What year?
April 20, 2018.
Yes,
Okay.
she was an employee at that time.
You said she was an employee?
She was.
Okay. Well, let me show you what I've marked as Plans Exhibit 6. Do you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Now, that's an email. Plans Exhibit 6 is an email from Linda English, right?
Yes.
And she has an @arcadis.com email address, right?
She does.
I just want to put on the record, and I know we discussed this when this was originally marked, but for the record, the note on this document is not original. It was failed to be removed by my office. This is Claire Williamson speaking, so I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Let's do that question and answer again. Miss Linda English has an @arcadis.com email address, doesn't she?
Yes, she does.
And this email is sent to, among other people, or among other, well, people, Derek Wilkerson and Martin Robbins, right?
Yes.
Body of the email says, please schedule repairs. Right?
It does.
Okay. Now we scroll on down. We see some guardrail identified there, right?
Yes.
It has the date of April 20, 2018, the far left, right?
Yes.
And again, I just want to get on the record. I believe this was discussed. This was not the original attachment. This was pulled out by my office as one of many in a spreadsheet.
Okay. Do you agree, Ms. Williamson, that the second page of Plans Exhibit 6 is an excerpt from what was attached to the email that is the first page of Plans Exhibit 6?
Absolutely. I'm not trying to mess you up. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the record. This is not the exact form of what was sent, but it certainly is an excerpt.
Okay. Thank you. So let's go back to that question and answer, Mr. Hendon. We see on the second page of Plans Exhibit 6 on the far left of that spreadsheet, the date April 20, 2018, right?
Yes.
And then we see a few columns to the right. It says location MP for milepost, right?
Yes.
And it
It's kind of
says,
hard to see.
Yeah.
I'll zoom in for you.
Thanks.
Under that, it says 77.4, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that's the milepost where this collision happened?
Am I aware that that's the milepost?
Right.
I don't know the exact milepost for this collision.
Well, let me ask it this way then. If someone were to tell you that's the milepost where this collision happened, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I wouldn't have any reason to disagree nor agree because without seeing a milepost map.
Okay. If we scroll a little further to the right and on the second page of Plans Exhibit 6, we see a set of GPS coordinates, right?
Yes,
Are you aware that those are the GPS coordinates of the guardrail involved in this collision?
I'm not 100% sure that that is the location. If those
Do you have any
coordinates are
reason to
correct.
say? Go ahead.
If those coordinates are correct.
Okay. Do you have any reason to disagree that they are the coordinates?
I don't agree nor disagree.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then we see another column with the word status in it, right?
Yes,
Under that, it says non-functioning, right?
yes.
Now, what does that mean?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Non-functioning is described in Martin Robbins service contract.
Okay. What does it mean in this document?
It's just the status of the guardrail.
Why is it significant?
Object to the form.
Join.
It is significant because that's how guardrail is described in the contract between Martin Robbins and GDOT.
It affects the deadline by which Martin Robbins is supposed to fix the guardrail, right?
If it is written in the contract that way, then yes.
I mean, you know that it is, right?
Object to form.
It is my understanding that that is how their contract is written between functioning and non-functioning guardrail.
Is it your understanding that Martin Robbins was supposed to fix non-functioning guardrails within 21 days?
Object to the form of the question.
That is written in their contract.
And then this document, Plans Exhibit 6, that Arcadis sent to Martin Robbins also includes a repair completion due by date, right?
It does.
What's that date?
It is 5/11/2018.
Did Martin Robbins meet that deadline?
I am unaware.
You don't know?
I don't know if they met that deadline or not. I don't have a documentation reporting, or I have not seen any documentation where they have that strike was repaired and when it was repaired.
Well, you know they didn't repair it before this collision happened, right?
I don't know that because they could have repaired it and then it struck again.
Have you reviewed the testimony of Martin Robbins in this case, specifically their CEO, Tommy Martin?
I don't recall seeing anything from Tommy Martin.
Okay. Have you seen any indication that Martin Robbins repaired the guardrail where this collision occurred at any time between April 20 of 2018 and June 3 of 2018?
I don't recall reviewing any documentation that says that.
Do you know why Martin Robbins didn't fix the guardrail?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I don't have an opinion on that.
What did they tell you?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Not that I'm aware.
Did you ask anybody?
Not that I'm aware.
Don't you think that's important?
Object to the form.
Join.
I don't have an opinion on that.
I want to talk a little bit more about non-functional. Would you agree that those words have some important significance, even apart from the deadline within which Martin Robbins was supposed to fix the guardrail?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Would you agree that the words non-functioning there on the second page of Plaintiff's Exhibit 6 have some important significance, even apart from the deadline within which Martin Robbins was supposed to fix the guardrail?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I'm really not sure I understand your question.
Well, if guardrail isn't functioning, that's bad, isn't it?
Again, objection, you're going into the topic of proper function and purpose of guardrails generally. He's happy to speak about this particular guardrail, but not guardrails generally, the proper function and purpose, which is what you're asking.
Object to the form of the question.
Mr. Hendon, you have not yet been instructed not to answer. Let me repeat the question. The question is, wouldn't you agree that if guardrail is not functioning, that's bad?
Object to the form of the question, and he is not designee for that topic. I instruct him not to answer.
Object to the form of the question.
Wouldn't you agree that if guardrail can't function, then the guardrail can't keep people safe?
Object to the form of the question. You're again going into the proper function of guardrail generally. I instruct him not to answer.
Object to the form of the question.
If guardrail isn't functioning, that puts people on the road in danger, doesn't it?
Again, you're going into the proper function and purpose of guardrail, which is not his topic. We specifically did not designate someone, and I instruct him not to answer.
Object to the form of the question.
All right. Well, let's see. For the record, we very strongly disagree that Mr. Hendon should not answer these questions, but you're the one sitting next to him, not me. So we'll have to move on for now. I want to ask a few questions about the performance of the guardrail at issue in this litigation and the condition of the guardrail at issue in this litigation. And to do that, I'm going to first show you a video, and then we'll ask you whether you agree with the way certain things are shown or depicted in that video. Okay, I'll hit play now. There's no sound, so you don't need to worry about that. That video I've just shown has been marked as, marked in the file name as plaintiff's exhibit 100. Mr. Hendon, do you agree with the condition of the guardrail as it was shown or depicted in plaintiff's exhibit 100?
Object that this calls for speculation. It's outside of the scope of this topic, and it calls for an expert opinion.
I object as well, object to the form of the question, and I object to the use of this video at all, but go ahead.
I'd point out that the condition of the guardrail at issue in this litigation is topic 3B.
That's right, but the video you're showing is speculation as to how the accident occurred. It's an accident simulation. It's not the condition of the guardrail pre-accident is speculation. So that's where you're going with this. That's speculation. And we object to any questioning about this video in general because it calls for speculation.
We'll object to the continued speaking objections and attempts to testify on behalf of Arcadis' witness. Here's the question, Mr. Hendon. Do you agree with the way that the guardrail is depicted or shown in plaintiff's exhibit 100?
Same objection.
Objective form.
I think there were a lot of assumptions in that video.
I'm asking you specifically about the way the guardrail was shown or depicted. Do you think that was accurate or inaccurate? Or do you not know?
Calls for speculation.
I don't have an opinion on that because it was a rendering and not a actual picture.
Do you agree that you've been designated to testify by Arcadis about, quote, the condition of the guardrail at issue in this litigation, close quote?
I agree.
All right. So my question is, well, let me ask this first. Did you see the guardrail shown in the video that is plaintiff's exhibit 100?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I did see it, but like I said, I don't think it was an accurate rendering. The video was, I don't feel like it was hard to understand if it was an accurate rendering from just a few second clips.
Well, let's watch again the section of it that dealt with the condition of the guardrail specifically. And I'll show that to you now. We're going to watch from 42 seconds through 51 seconds in plaintiff's exhibit 100. And please pay close attention to the condition of the guardrail, because that's what I'm asking you about. I'll hit play now. And the video is paused. Do you agree that the condition of the guardrail is accurately shown in plaintiff's exhibit 100?
Object to the form of the question and the use of this video at all.
Join in the objection.
I can't speak on that. I don't have an opinion on that based on what you're showing me.
Well, let's ask about something else then. Are you aware you've also been designated by Arcadis to talk about, quote, the performance of the guardrail at issue in this litigation, close quote?
Yes.
That'd be topic 3F, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you agree that in real life, as in the video that's marked as plaintiff's exhibit 100, the guardrail did not keep the Kia Sorento in the roadway?
Object to the form of the question.
Join in the objection.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Well, do you agree that in terms of its performance, the guardrail at issue in this litigation allowed the Sorento to ramp over it, as is shown in plaintiff's exhibit 100?
Object. Object calls for speculation, and it calls for speculation.
Object to the form of the question.
Yeah, I think that's an opinion that, I don't think I could speak on.
Do you know whether the Kia Sorento went over the guardrail at issue in this litigation?
I have not seen the crash report.
Do you know the answer to that question?
No, because I've not seen the crash report.
Don't you think that's an important thing to study if you're going to be talking about the performance of the guardrail at issue in this litigation?
Object to the form of the question.
Not necessarily.
Well, how do you think the guardrail at issue in this litigation performed?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
The guardrail, I don't have enough information to answer that question.
Well, do you think the guardrail at issue in this litigation performed well or performed poorly?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I don't have a, I can't answer that on opinion right now.
Let's take a break. We'll resume at, let's say, 11:05.
Okay.
We got, is the video's recording? I see the light. All right. Mr. Hendon, do you know what happened in this case?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Can you give me some more context? What your
Yeah.
question is?
Out there on the road on June the 3rd, 2018, what happened?
Object to the form.
Join.
I'm not sure.
Did you look into it?
Object to the form.
I did not have any documentation to say what happened on that day.
Did you look into it?
Object to the form.
So I don't have anything to review for what happened on that specific day.
What efforts did you make to figure out what happened out there?
Object to the form.
I reviewed the documentations that we had from our inspectors.
Did you review the police report?
I did not.
Did you review the work by any of the experts in this case?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Did you review the work performed by any of the experts in this case, like the reconstructionists?
The work, as far as the work of who?
Well, one of them would be Nick Earnhardt, and then the other parties have some too. Did you review anybody who reconstructed the work of anyone who reconstructed this collision?
I did not.
Did you ask anybody at Arcadis what happened out there
Object to the form.
on June the 3rd, 2018?
Calls for speculation.
I did not. I only reviewed the information from what we had through emails and correspondence.
When Arcadis emailed Martin Robbins and the other folks and asked them to please repair the guardrail, did Arcadis expect Martin Robbins to repair it within the time that Martin Robbins was supposed to, i.e. 21 days?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
That was outside of our scope to
My
enforce the contract.
My question was whether Arcadis expected Martin Robbins to repair the guardrail within 21 days after notifying Martin Robbins of the damage and that the guardrail was non-functional.
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I don't think we had an opinion on that.
Did you review any of the depositions taken in this case?
Which ones in particular are you asking about?
The question was any of them.
Any depositions? Was there one by Herman Hill, I think? Was that a
Yes.
deposition?
That is a deposition.
Okay. That's the one I did see his deposition.
Did you review any others?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to say anything.
For the record, she said, quote, no, close quote. Now, Mr. Hendon, did you review any other deposition transcripts other than that of Mr. Hill?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you review the discovery responses that have been provided by the parties in this case?
Do you have a copy of that I could see that you're referring to?
I got copies of all of it, but I'm not going to waste time putting it up on the screen. The answer is whether you reviewed. The question is whether you reviewed.
I have seen some of them.
Which ones?
I don't have any of them in front of me, so I don't know which ones. I don't recall right offhand without looking at them.
By when did Arcadis think that Martin Robbins would repair the subject guardrail?
Objective form.
I think that was outside of it's not our opinion whether they would or wouldn't. That's not our role.
Did you care?
Objective form.
Is that funny?
No, I think it's his opinion. You're asking the same question, so I don't have an opinion on that.
Isn't it true that the section of guardrail that the Kia Sorento struck had been damaged for a long time?
Objective form.
Join.
Can you ask the question again?
Isn't it true that the section of guardrail that the Kia Sorento struck had been damaged for a long time?
Objective form.
Join.
It's very, the question seems very vague. A long time. I don't know what you mean by long time.
Isn't it true that the section of guardrail that the Kia Sorento struck had been damaged for many months before this collision?
Objective form.
Objective form of the question.
Not that we were aware of.
Well, let me show you an exhibit then. I'm showing you now what's been marked as Plans Exhibit 5. This was used in the previous deposition in this case. And I'll represent to you, this is a screenshot from Google Street View. And it's dated from January of 2018. Do you see that month and year at the top of the page?
I do.
That guardrail is damaged, isn't it?
Objective form.
Join.
It appears to be damaged.
There's 4 or 5 posts there that are bent or broken, right?
Objective form.
Join.
Yes, it looks that way.
And then I'll show you now what's been marked as Plan Exhibit 3 to the previous deposition. I'll represent to you, this is an image from Google Street View from September of 2017. Do you see that month and year at the top of the page?
I do.
The guardrail is damaged in this picture too, isn't it?
Objective form.
Join.
It does look damaged. It does look struck.
When did Martin Robbins first tell GDOT, or strike that? When did Arcadis first tell Martin Robbins or GDOT that this section of guardrail that we're looking at was damaged and in need of repair?
Objective form.
From my records, we reported this guardrail on April 20th.
April 20th of 2018, right?
Yes.
That's the first time that Arcadis reported this section of guardrail, correct?
Objective form.
From my records, that is when we sent that to Martin Robbins.
That was the first time that Arcadis had reported it, correct?
Objective form.
Yes.
Isn't it true that Martin Robbins was supposed to start providing, quote, roadway inspection services, close quote, for the Georgia Department of Transportation as early as June 16 of 2017?
Objective form of the question. Did you mean Arcadis?
Yeah, you said Martin Robbins, and that's not right.
That is very wrong. So I think y'all
Sorry, I
are
wasn't trying to
correct.
step on you there.
That's no problem.
And I joined in that objection.
Well, I'm gonna strike it. So
Okay.
we'll be all right. I'll strike that question. Isn't it true that Arcadis was supposed to start providing, quote, roadway inspection services, close quote, for the Georgia Department of Transportation back in June of 2017.
Object to form.
That is in our contract.
Let's take a look just to verify it. Do you see task order number 2 on the screen in front of you marked as Plan as Exhibit 231?
Yes,
This is the contract between Arcadis and GDOT, right?
yes,
And then we see the date here highlighted of June 16 of 2017, right?
yes,
We scroll down a bit. Well, there we see roadway inspection services on page 2 of Plan Exhibit 231, right?
yes.
And isn't it true that Arcadis was out there inspecting and locating damaged guardrail at least as early as July of 2017?
Object to form.
We have many inspection services that we perform for GDOT at the direction of GDOT.
Isn't it true that at least as early as July of 2017, Arcadis was inspecting and locating damaged guardrail?
Object to form.
So our instructions were to, when we are out inspecting other projects, if we do find a damaged guardrail, that we are to report that when we can.
I'm gonna try that again. Isn't it true that at least by July of 2017, Arcadis was inspecting and locating damaged guardrail for GDOT?
Object to form.
We were not solely inspecting guardrail, if that was your question.
No, my question was, isn't it true that at least as early as July of 2017, Arcadis was inspecting and locating damaged guardrail for GDOT?
Object to form.
That was one of our many functions.
Let's look at the exhibit on that. I'll show you exhibit 208. And I think we've talked about this before. Do you see Arcadis's logo in the top left of plaintiff's 208 and GDOT in the top right?
Yes,
This is Ryan Roundtree's report, right?
yes,
And this, according to this report, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of the week ending July 23, 2017, Mr. Roundtree was inspecting and locating damaged guardrails.
that is what his activities say.
And then this continued, right? I mean, Arcadis's people kept being ordered to go out there and ride the roads, ride the routes, and look for damaged guardrail, correct?
Object to form.
That was one of our many functions.
And in fact, people like Calvin Thrasher and Ryan Roundtree and James Ansa and Logan Adams were specifically directed by people at Arcadis to ride the routes and list any damaged guardrail that they saw, right?
Object to form.
That was one of their many functions, and they were instructed to do that.
Okay, let's take a look at Plans Exhibit 209. Plans Exhibit 209 is an email from Mike Malcolm, right?
Yes,
And it's dated November 2 of 2017, right?
yes,
It's sent to the people we just talked about, Roundtree, Thrasher, Ansa, and Adams, right?
yes,
And doesn't it instruct them to ride the routes assigned to them and list any damaged guardrail?
above their duties. Yes, above other duties that they were instructed to do.
And isn't it true that Arcadis did not report the subject guardrail as damaged until April 20 of
Object to
2018?
form.
That's when the report was sent to Martin Robbins.
Isn't it true that Arcadis was supposed to report damaged guardrail daily?
Object to form.
Can you repeat that? Daily?
I can, because I used the wrong company word again, I think. Y'all help me out with that. I keep screwing up. Isn't it true that Arcadis was supposed to report damaged guardrail daily?
Objective form.
Not solely.
I can't tell what that means. Isn't it true that Arcadis was supposed to, on a daily basis, report damaged guardrail?
Objective form.
On a daily basis, they were asked to, if they see guardrail, to report it, but not necessarily that they were required to report it on a daily basis.
All right, well, let's just take a look at the exhibit. I'm going to show you what's marked as plaintiff's exhibit 200. You see record of meeting in the top left and Arcadis's name in the top right.
Yes,
This is a meeting about damaged guardrail, right?
yes,
It's about District 7, which is Atlanta, Georgia, right?
yes,
And there, you were copied on this, right?
that's right.
Okay.
And that is dated, that is dated 3/18.
Yes. All right. If we look down here, doesn't it say, quote, Linda and Jordan will compile a spreadsheet of damaged locations and email to Kelvin daily. Kelvin will email the spreadsheet to Martin Robbins, contractor, on the same day and CC Linda and Jordan.
It does say that, but that doesn't mean that we were to report them daily. That just means that Kelvin would send them, they would compile it daily.
All right, let's look at plaintiff's exhibit 232. Do you see that?
Yes,
It says guardrail inspection in the top left, right?
yes,
And if we scroll on down under reporting, the third bullet point says, quote, compile all damaged locations in your spreadsheet daily with all the required information, close quote. Isn't that what it says?
it does.
I want to show you plaintiff's exhibit 5 once again. This is that street view image of the subject guardrail from January of 2018, right?
Yes, which is prior to the meeting minutes.
But after Arcadis was hired, right?
It is.
Objective form.
Now, if you were training an Arcadis inspector about reporting damaged guardrail, would you want the inspector to report the guardrail that we see in plaintiff's exhibit 5 or keep it to themselves?
Objective form calls for speculation.
I would want them to report something that is in conjunction with the contract that Martin Robbins has with GDOT.
Well, I'm talking about Arcadis's duties. If you were
That was
changing,
Arcadis' duties to help GDOT implement the contract, which describes functional and non-functional.
if you were training someone for Arcadis, would you want them to report the guardrail that we see in plaintiff's exhibit 5 or keep it to themselves?
Objective form.
If they are riding the routes through their normal daily inspections of other activities, and they can safely see this guardrail, and they can properly report it, then I would expect them to.
You would expect them to report.
Yes,
Don't you think Arcadis should have reported this guardrail before April 20 of 2018?
Objective form.
no,
Who does Arcadis believe is responsible for the condition of the guardrail on June the 3rd, 2018?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Object to the form of the question.
I'm not, so I don't have an opinion on that.
Well, this is directly on your topics numbers 9 and 10. Let me ask you one more time. who does Arcadis believe is responsible for the condition of the guardrail, the subject guardrail, on June the 3rd, 2018?
Objection improperly calls for legal opinions and conclusions.
Object to the form of the question.
Feel like I'm a fact witness in this deposition, so I don't have a legal opinion on that.
What's your opinion as a certified engineer or employee of Arcadis and a person who cares about the world around you?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Does Arcadis believe that it did anything wrong in connection with this guardrail?
Object to the form of the question.
No.
That's all the questions I have.
So I will have a significant amount of questions more than Mr. Butler did. Do you all want to, what time is it?
Take a lunch break.
Do y'all just want to take a short lunch break now and then we can power through? Because I don't really want to start and then immediately stop for a lunch break. So do you want to just take 30 minutes now? We'll do it and then we'll power through my questions.
Be fine with me. We can take more than 30 if you want.
That's
Do you
really
want
the witness and the court reporter. No offense to anybody else, are the two people that matter. So a minute lunch break, okay?
I don't know what's nearby, so to eat.
Yeah. Well, 30 minutes is fine. We'll go downstairs and get a sandwich.
All right, and Madam Court Reporter, are you going to be okay for that 30 minutes and then we'll get back on the record?
That's fine.
So we'll start at noon.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
All right.
Okay, great. Thanks, John.
thank you.
Before we go on the record, guys, I think every single document I have is Bates labeled. My VPN or is a pleading or some sort of discovery request. So what my plan is, unfortunately, my VPN is not working right now, so I cannot send you the document. Although Jeb didn't, my plan is to show it to you all. I'll read any Bates label before I hand it to the witness.
And you have a copy for us.
And I have a copy for both
Awesome.
of you as well.
Thank you.
I actually wasted a significant amount of paper making copies for everybody, just in case.
Thanks, Claire.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, I think we can go back on the record. Are we good?
Yes, sorry. It was a given.
Mr. Hendon, my name is Claire Williamson. We met earlier this morning. I represent Martin Robbins, and I'm going to have some questions for you today. I'm going to start by handing you what we will mark as exhibit number 1. Which is defendant Arcadis's objections in response to defendant Martin Robbins' notice of videotaped deposition.
That's okay. I have one. Yep.
Mr. Hendon, Martin Robbins sent a list of topics. I believe it is 18 topics. And you have been identified by Arcadis as a person to testify on numbers 1 through 13, if you want to take a look at those.
If I might interrupt briefly with a ministerial thing, Nick Potenis is in the room here with me. And we could do separate Zooms, but it would complicate everything. We get feedback. If it's all right, can we stipulate that if I object, then the Patterson plaintiff and Mr. Potenis join in that objection?
That's fine with me.
That's agreeable to me.
All right, thank y'all.
That's
Be
agreeable.
quiet again.
And Mr. Hendon, you have been designated for topics 1 through 13, 15, 16, and 18. Are you prepared to testify on those topics today?
Yes.
When you were speaking with Mr. Butler before, he asked you about whether you had reviewed any deposition transcripts. And I understand you may not have ever seen a deposition transcript before, but it's essentially a takedown of the questions and answers, much like we're doing today. And you said that you believed you had looked at Herman Hill's deposition in preparation for today.
Yes,
I believe you said you did not look at Tommy Martin's deposition, correct?
I did say that, but I think that looking over this document, if this is the document you're referring to.
That is not the
Okay.
document I'm referring to. The document, a deposition transcript has, it would say Miss Williamson, and then it would have a question I asked, and then it would say witness, and it would have the answer. Did you review anything that looked like that for Tommy Martin?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall looking at any document that looked like that, where it was a takedown of questions and answers back and forth?
Only the Herman Hill.
And I understand my questions regarding the quantity of repairs requested are not for you today. You're not the person who will be testifying on that topic, correct?
Yes.
But did you do any sort of tabulations or calculations in preparation for today?
What do you mean by tabulations?
Did you count anything up to
Oh.
find an answer?
No.
Did you speak to a gentleman, do you know a gentleman named Jordan Hart?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be in relation to Arcadis?
He's a former employee.
Okay. And what was his involvement with the Arcadis contract with GDOT related to guardrail maintenance?
He started off as an inspector and then moved into the lead role after Mike Malcolm.
And he is no longer at Arcadis?
No.
Do you know why he left?
I think he had a better opportunity somewhere else.
Did you make any attempt to speak to him in preparation for today?
No.
And I believe we talked about Linda English as well. She is no longer with the company?
She's not.
Okay, and what did you understand her role to be in the Arcadis contract with GDOT related to guardrail maintenance?
She was more of an admin.
Do you know why she left?
I do not.
Did you make any effort to speak to her today?
No.
When you and Mr. Butler were speaking, I think I may have misheard you. I thought you said you started working for Arcadis in 2019, but did I hear you incorrectly?
Yes, actually, I need to probably state that correction. I started at Arcadis in 2009, not 19.
Aha. And was your title when you started was project manager?
When I first started Arcadis in 2009, I was just a staff professional, I think is what they called it.
And when was the next title you held project manager?
It was, and I didn't hold that, and that was around the 17, 18, 19 time frame. I don't know. I don't recall the specific date I got that promotion, but it was around that time frame.
And you, okay. On any project prior to the one that we're here to talk about today, or under any contract that Arcadis had with anybody, had you ever been involved in a contract related to any sort of guardrail inspection or reporting?
This was the first one.
Do you know, and you may not, whether Mr. Hart had ever been involved in a guardrail inspection or reporting?
I don't know.
Do you know, and again, you may
This is
not,
prior to Arcadis,
prior to this
to
contract?
this contract, yes.
Do you know whether, is there an Atlanta office for Arcadis?
There is.
Do you know whether the Atlanta office had ever been involved in any capacity as guardrail inspection or reporting?
Not on the maintenance side.
Okay, some other side?
They potentially could have been involved in some construction.
Do you mean new installation?
Yes,
Were you ever involved in that?
I was not.
Do you know if that was for GDOT?
I'm assuming that we have done some inspection work on the construction side.
Okay, and again, your understanding, and this is
This-
not a topic, so
yeah.
you're just testifying to the best of your knowledge.
Right.
Was
I don't
that-
know for sure.
Have you ever worked for an organization that actually installs or repairs guardrail?
No.
Have you ever actually installed or repaired guardrail?
No.
hand you what we'll mark as exhibit number 2, Bates labeled GDOT 6902.
It's okay. We'll share.
And is this the Arcadis contract that, this is the Arcadis contract you were discussing with Mr. Butler prior, correct?
This is actually a little bit different.
Okay, what is this?
This is a master service agreement. The one that Mr. Butler showed was a task order against this master service agreement.
Okay. But this one did go into effect on 6/14/2016, correct?
Wait, this one.
You want to look at the second page?
Okay. Yes.
And so that sort of generally describes,
That's the date and date.
am I correct that contract sort of generally described the agreement, but the more specific services Arcadis provided were done through the task orders, correct?
Objective form.
Yes, in my opinion, that's right.
And I just. We requested those task orders from GDOT, who identified certain task orders that they believed to be relevant to guardrail maintenance over a period of time. And so I'm going to show you those. And if you could let me know whether any guardrail, well, let me show you the first one, which I will tell you is GDOT 7950. And it's labeled as, oh, here it is. It's labeled as task order number 1. And it's dated 6/14/2016, correct?
Yes.
So when you were speaking with Mr. Butler, you said that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Prior to March 2018, Arcadis was asked to, when it was performing other duties that may have been assigned under these task orders, if it saw damaged guardrail, it would report that to GDOT. Am I correct?
Prior to 2018,
March
2018, I think it began in 2017, around June 2017, that our first indication that, you know, that they wanted us to kind of start being involved in guardrail.
Okay, so task order number 1, none of the work we've been discussing regarding reporting or inspection, none of that would have been
Not
done.
that I recall.
Okay. How did those conversations come about? Because I know there's some correspondence in March of 2018, but how was this first raised with Arcadis?
So from what I recall is that GDOT had asked, or just, I don't know for what reasons, GDOT had to ask us to start getting involved in the service contracts. But so, you know, just that's when they started asking us to start helping with, you know, them, assisting them in managing those contracts.
And was it
the
just,
response of the answer?
was it just in District 7, or did they ask you to get involved in any other districts at that point? Whether it be, you said you thought around June 2017.
Just District 7.
I think he testified that March 2018 is when he was asked to get involved in the service contract, but that their inspection responsibilities started in June of 2017, which is different.
Okay.
And I think that that's clear on the record. Am I correct that in June 2017 is when you all were asked to get involved in inspection, correct?
So are to involved in guardrail inspection or just
Yes, sir.
inspection in general?
Guardrail inspection.
So it was around the 2018 when we officially got started with the guardrail inspection.
So is it
Want
your,
to object to the responsiveness of the answer?
Let me, how I want to object to, my objection is to Arcadis's counsel repeatedly attempting to testify in place of the witness.
Is it your testimony that prior to March 2018, Arcadis was not inspecting guardrails for damage in any way?
Object to form.
We were starting to start in around the 2017 timeframe, or mid to 2017. I think that was one of the emails that Mike Malcolm had sent to start, when you're out doing other stuff to look at those guardrails.
Okay, and we looked at that. There was I believe it was an 11/2/17 email in which Mr. Malcolm said, hey, start looking at these, correct?
Yes.
Object to form.
Was there any, beyond that email, was there any formal meeting at Arcadis saying this is going to now be a part of our services we're providing?
No, not that I was aware of or seen any record of.
Did you speak to Mike Malcolm in preparation for today?
I did not.
I'm going to hand you what we'll mark as exhibit number 4, which is face labeled GDOT 7954. And it appears to be task order number 2, and it's dated 6/16/17. Does that look correct to you?
Yes.
And again, it's labeled June 2017, but you don't believe at this time GDOT asked you guys to perform any work related to inspection of guardrail.
Object to form.
There was nothing officially as far as what our specific roles were.
Object to the responsiveness of the answer.
So is that a no, they did not ask you, whether it be formal or not, to inspect guardrails?
Object on the grounds that the question misstates evidence.
Object to the form, but I'll object to the form.
Well, I think that, based on Mike Malcolm's email in 2017, we had some role, but I didn't see any documentation of what, of specific roles of how the process would be handled, like until that March 2018 meeting with GDOT to define very, kind of the process of what our roles, responsibilities were. And that's why it was always above and beyond, if we were out inspecting guardrail or
Objection
out
to the-
inspecting out inspecting other things that if we see guardrail.
Objection to the responsiveness of the answer.
Okay, and that work was continued on through task order number 2, correct? Through the timeline of task order number 2? And that work being inspection of guardrails, correct?
That was a form.
And then in March 2018, also the reporting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and has that work continued through today for Arcadis?
Yes.
Did Arcadis perform or provide any services related to contract preparation for Martin Robbins 2017 contract?
Object to form.
I'm not sure. Really not sure.
You know if Arcadis was involved in any way in preparing the bid documents for Martin Robbins? And let me just go ahead and mark as exhibit number 5, GDOT 2415. Sally, I only have one copy of this.
That's
as well.
okay.
Hand that to you, and I will represent to you. That is Martin Robbins 2017 contract in District 7 with GDOT. And so if I refer to the 2017 contract, can we agree that that is what I am referring to?
Yes, would you mind reminding me what, how many contracts that Martin Robbins has had?
We'll get there.
Okay, because I know they've had multiple contracts, so it's hard to say which one. I don't recall us being involved in putting this together.
Okay.
What's the dates on that document, Ms. Williams?
It's GDOT 002415.
I believe it was also previously marked in several different depositions. I don't have that number on the top of my head. Was Arcadis involved in preparing bid documents for other District 7 guardrail maintenance contracts? So not necessarily this 2017 one, but those that came after.
Object to form.
Not that I'm aware of.
Was it involved in any way in preparing the contract for those subsequent District 7 maintenance agreements?
Object to form.
Not that I'm aware of.
Has Arcadis ever provided an estimate of how many damaged guardrails existed at any point in time in District 7?
Object to form.
Objective one.
Can you restate that? I'm not sure what you're.
Sure. Has Arcadis ever provided an estimate saying there are X number of damaged guardrails currently in District 7?
I don't know that we've ever provided an estimate. I think we kind of are just reporting what's been reported by GDOT and Arcadis personnel. As far as projecting an estimate, it's more fact, real numbers, not estimates.
Okay, and I think we're clear on this, that it was June or July of 2017 when Arcadis first began identifying damaged guardrails ancillary to other work it was performing, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're crystal clear because we've gone around about it. And then the part of that was notifying GDOT of those damaged guardrails.
Yes.
And then in March 2018, Arcadis began notifying the contractor directly, correct?
Yes. At times, I think there was a little bit of confusion to start with in March to whether it was GDOT or Arcadis, but I could see, what I've seen is both have started reporting it to Martin Robbins.
Objection to the responsiveness of the answer.
Was it Arcadis's understanding that once it began reporting directly to the contractor, that it would be both Arcadis and GDOT reporting to the reporting damaged areas to the contractor?
Object to form.
Join.
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was it Arcadis's understanding that under whatever agreements you had with GDOT in March of 2018, that moving forward, Arcadis would notify the contractor or GDOT would notify the contractor?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Was there any discussion about when one versus the other would be notifying?
No, I think it was kind of all a work in progress of having to get that process in place.
The first instance of Arcadis directly notifying Martin Robbins of a specific repair that I can find, not being copied on something that GDOT's sending,
Right.
but directly emailing Martin Robbins, is April 2nd, 2018. Do you have any basis to think that there was some direct notification to Martin Robbins prior to that?
No.
Sorry, Tom.
At any point, and we will drill down on, if you answer yes, we'll drill down on the timing. Did Arcadis have responsibility to go out and inspect the repairs that had been done?
Object to form.
Join.
Maybe, I'm not sure if I understand.
Sure, I'm just trying to understand the
No,
full
yeah, I
scope of all the
understand.
services that you provided to GDOT related to guardrail maintenance. So was Arcadis asked or did Arcadis go out and after Martin Robbins said a repair was done, would Arcadis go out and inspect it?
Verify the repair was done. Yes, that was sometimes part of our duties.
And when did that begin?
It would have been after that March 2018.
And was it always Arcadis doing that? Or was that split between Arcadis and GDOT?
Pretty sure that was split.
Was there any discussion about when Arcadis would do that versus when GDOT would do that?
I think it was all just a timing. There was no formal discussion. Who could do it at the time?
In some of Arcadis's interrogatory responses, and I can show them to you if you'd like to see them, but Arcadis indicated that Long Engineering and Atkins North America worked as inspectors of GDOT assets in the District 7 area.
Yes.
We'll start with Long Engineering. Did they do any work related to guardrail maintenance? So any of the things you described, identification of damage, reporting of damage, or inspection of repairs?
They would.
All three?
Mr. Veal, was that an objection?
Yeah, that was objection to form.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to be a lot louder. I just saw your lips move that time.
Okay,
Yes, so Long Engineering and Atkins are sub to Arcadis on the contract. So they would perform the same duties that we would perform.
Okay, and so Long Engineering did in fact perform identification of damage, reporting of damage, and inspection of repairs.
Yes.
When were they doing that work?
At 2018 and beyond
March 2018.
to present.
Do you know if Arcadis has a written subcontract with them?
Yes.
Do you know if that's been produced, Sally?
It has.
I must have overlooked it. I apologize.
I can we'll talk
Um,
later about where it is.
And Atkins North America, were they also performing identification, reporting, and inspection?
Yes.
objection to form.
And was that from March 2018 to the present?
Yes.
How did Arcadis, if at all, train Long Engineering's inspectors that were performing the subcontract work regarding identification, reporting, or inspection?
From what I have seen, because I didn't do any of the training specifically, from what I've seen from the documents is that there were some materials that were sent out to the inspectors to help identification.
Okay, and that was going to be one of my questions. I have also seen some emails we'll look at that had some information in it, but are you aware of any sort of classroom training or any live in-person
Not that I'm
training
aware of.
that Arcadis gave either its own inspectors, Long's employees, or Atkins employees?
Not that I'm aware of.
I was just going to remind her, Tony, to
Oh, wait till she
wait
finishes.
till she
Sorry.
finishes her question.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Was GDOT, or did Arcadis have to get approval from GDOT to use these subcontractors?
Objection to form.
Yes.
Did Arcadis make GDOT aware of the specific work that was being subcontracted out related to guardrails?
It was discussed that they were part of the general duties that we all provide as inspectors.
So to your knowledge, GDOT was aware that you were using Long and Atkins for the inspection, identification, and reporting.
Above and
Objection to
beyond
form.
other inspection, work that they were doing.
And I hand you what we will mark as exhibit number 6, which everyone is Bates labeled Arcadis 23881. And there is an attachment, which I believe is ARC that starts 23882. Have you ever seen this before?
Yes,
Okay, and what is it?
it appears to be a anticipated work schedule for the week.
And if we look at Mr. Logan Adams, is one of the names listed on the attachment. Who is Mr. Adams?
Former inspector,
And was he an Arcadis employee or was he a subcontractor employee?
Arcadis.
Are any of the people listed on this document, were any of them, or let me ask this way, were all of them Arcadis employees?
They were.
And if we look on Monday, and this schedule appears to run from the 10th of July to the 14th of July in 2017. Under Monday for Mr. Adams, it says damage guardrail LOC pictures / mileposts routes / non-functional / functional / county. Did I read that right?
Yes,
Okay. And so am I correct that Mr. Logan would have been performing and would have been identifying damaged guardrails during this week?
I think this is intended to be above and beyond any other work that he might have been doing.
Object to responsiveness of the answer.
So did you ever draft one of these schedules?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I'm assuming Jordan Hart, since this was from him, wasn't it?
No.
No, Kelvin Wilson. Looks like from GDOT.
Okay. Did Mr. Wilson assign tasks to Arcadis inspectors?
He
Object
would.
form.
He did. So this, am I to understand that Arcadis's understanding of this was Mr. Wilson was instructing the Arcadis employees tasks that they needed to complete during the week?
Yes.
Is there any way for us to tell, either from this document or any document you've seen, the amount of time Mr. Adams spent identifying guardrails that were damaged?
No, there's nothing, because our reporting time reporting system does not break down individual tasks in the day.
And you said you thought that this was over and above the duties Mr. Adams had.
Yes.
Object form.
So you think Mr. Adams would have had some other assignments or duties he was doing, and this represents Mr. Wilson saying, I also need you to keep an eye out for guardrails as you're doing that work?
Object form.
Join.
That is my understanding.
And object to the responsiveness of the answer.
At any point, did GDOT ask Arcadis to go out and determine how many damaged guardrails there were in District 7?
Object form.
Join.
Not that I'm aware.
And you will mark as exhibit number 7. And for those on, there is no Bates label on this one. It is the news story that we've previously identified in several other depositions. And I'm marking it as exhibit number 7. Have you ever seen this document before?
I have not.
But the title is hundreds of damaged guardrails left unrepaired for months. And it is dated August 9th, 2017, correct?
Yes. It looks like it's updated. I don't know what updated means.
Okay. If you'll, and I'll represent.
Let me object to the admissibility of this document and object to all questions based on it under the hearsay rule. And it's also not admissible because it's just a news report. If you'll give me a standing objection to all questions based on this document, Claire, I won't object again.
That's perfectly fine.
All right,
We'll join in that objection.
Well, we got them to agree on something, so we've done something right today. If you'll flip with me to the second page of this document. And there's a break in the page where there's 3 bullet points. Do you see that?
Under trending stories.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the next sentence says, GDOT said Georgia suffers from a lack of highly specialized guardrail contractors. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
Did would you agree that guardrail repair and maintenance is highly specialized work?
Object to the form of the question.
I don't have an opinion on that.
You have no opinion. Was it Arcadis's belief that, as of August 2017, that for someone to perform the work described in the 2017 contract, they needed to have prior experience performing that type of work? So guardrail repair and maintenance.
Object to the form.
I think that's a contracting requirement. I don't know. GDOT sets those prerequisition or pre-qualifications in order to be able to bid on a contract.
And Arcadis was involved. Arcadis was involved. I understand Arcadis was not involved in the bidding of the 2017 contract with Martin Robbins, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
But it was involved in subsequent District 7 maintenance contracts, correct?
Object form.
So I'm not sure what you mean to what level of involvement of writing the contract or.
I'll clarify that. Did Arcadis have any communications with GDOT regarding the bid documents that were put out for subsequent District 7 guardrail maintenance contracts?
Not to my
Object
knowledge.
form.
At no point.
Not to my knowledge.
Did Arcadis have any role in reviewing bids that were received for those subsequent contracts?
No.
Did Arcadis have any role in seeking out contractors to bid on those subsequent guardrail maintenance contracts?
No.
Would you agree that a contractor's ability to perform guardrail repair and maintenance depends on the availability of workers qualified to do that work?
Object to the form. Goes beyond the scope of his designated testimony.
I don't have an opinion on that.
You have no opinion.
Calls for speculation.
Would you agree that a contractor's ability to perform a repair depends on the availability of materials
Object form.
needed to perform that repair?
Join in the objection.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that. Is this a good, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is this a good time for a bathroom break?
Sure.
I know we're only 45
We can take
minutes.
as many as you want.
I did drink a couple of bottles of water. at
That's
lunch,
okay.
so-
We're gonna take a break. Back on the record. I'm gonna hand you what we will mark as exhibit number 8, which for those on Zoom is Arcadis 23903. And this appears to be a meeting invite or a calendar of some sort from Mike Malcolm with a start date of 10/5/2017, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, there's a note that says discuss, and then it says sweeping contract and inspections. And then it says new guardrail contract identification and inspections. Is that referring to the Martin Robbins 2017 contract?
Object form.
Or strike that? Do you know what that's referring to?
It is referring to a service contract but I know that there have been multiple contractors, so I'm not sure, you know, if there was just one at this time or if there were multiple contractors at this time.
As of October 2017, Arcadis was only performing work related to guardrails in District 7, right?
Object to form.
Okay.
You got to say.
Yeah, no,
instead of
I was
or uh-huh.
swallowing it, so I couldn't.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think that refers to anything other than, or do you know, is that whether that refers to Arcadis's task order versus Martin Robbins 2017 contract, that line?
Object to form.
I'm not sure.
The next line says routine maintenance, contract, and inspections. Do you know what that is referring to?
Object to form.
I do not without speculation.
And then it says before and after pictures of old and new contracts. Do you know what that refers to?
Object to form.
Join.
I do not.
Do you know if there was a meeting, a call, some sort of gathering on 10/5/2017 to discuss any or all of these matters?
Based on this, it looks like it was a Skype meeting.
And so you believe that that did happen?
I'm not sure that it happened, but it was probably scheduled to happen.
Okay. And who would have been invited to this meeting?
Object to form.
Join.
I'm not sure.
So you don't know anything about this meeting?
I do not.
When Arcadis started getting involved with identifying damaged locations, which we have decided is November of 2017, or excuse me, we've decided is June, July of 2017, correct?
Yes.
Was Arcadis aware that Martin Robbins had a written contract with GDOT?
Object to form.
What's the basis of that objection?
Based on that objection, what contract are you talking about? It's vague. What contract are you talking about? What is it relating to? Apparently Martin Robbins had a lot of contracts with GDOT.
I appreciate that.
No, it's fine.
As of June, July 2017, the timeframe we discussed was Arcadis, or strike that. By October of 2017, was Arcadis aware that GDOT had the 2017 contract that we looked at with Martin Robbins?
To the best of my knowledge, we did know that there was a service contract for guardrail repairs.
As of that date, when Arcadis first got involved or was asked to get involved by GDOT in June, July 2017, was Arcadis aware that GDOT had had prior written agreements for guardrail maintenance and repair with Martin Robbins?
Not to my knowledge.
Did it learn that at some point?
It did.
And when was that?
I'm not 100% sure when the exact date on that. When we were it was known to us who the contractor was. Does that make sense? Did I answer the question?
We'll see if we can't figure it out. And I failed to ask you, and I think I know the answer, but in exhibit number 8, which was the meeting, the Skype meeting invite or notes or whatever it may be, do you know if Martin Robbins was invited to attend that meeting?
I don't.
I'm gonna mark defendants exhibit number 9, which was marked this morning by Mr. Butler as number 2, exhibit 209, which was the 11/2/2017 email. Dates labeled ARC 23852. And I'm going to ask you about a little bit of a different part than Mr. Butler asked you about. Do you see in that first paragraph, 3 lines from the bottom, there's a sentence that starts, "We have advertised to add 2 or 3 more inspectors to assist with this." Did I read that correctly?
Yes. I see that.
And why was GDOT adding or advertising to add more inspectors?
Object to form.
Join.
Do you mind if I take a minute to read the whole
Absolutely
thing?
not. Anything I give you, I don't want you answering if you don't feel comfortable.
I just want to get the context. of the-
Absolutely. And let me just say one other thing that I don't know that was said earlier. And you're doing a good job of this, but if I ask you any question that you don't understand for any reason, if I use a word that doesn't seem right or it's whatever, ask me to clarify it and I will do that. But if you answer a question, I'm gonna assume you understood it, okay?
Understood.
And yeah, take the time you want to read that.
Okay, so maybe you can restate your question.
Sure. Why was Arcadis advertising to add 2 or 3 more inspectors?
From the context of this email, I assumed there was a lot of maintenance work going on in general in the area this time.
Objection to speculation. The witnesses said it was an assumption, and that ain't admissible.
Are you aware of GDOT informing Martin Robbins in November of 2017 that Arcadis would be locating damaged guardrails?
I was not aware of that. To kind of clarify, you did say GDOT notifying Martin Robbins.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Was Arcadis, did Arcadis actually add more inspectors to assist with the items listed here?
Without looking at our hire date records, I'm not sure.
As of 11/2/17, who at Arcadis was sort of supervising the inspectors, or who was in charge of the inspectors?
Mike Malcolm was the lead inspector at that time.
Do you know what education, training, or background Mr. Malcolm has, if any, related to guardrail maintenance or repair?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to hand you what we will mark as exhibit number 10, which for those on Zoom starts Arcadis 23934. And let me know when you've had a chance to take a look at that.
Okay.
And Mr. Hart appears to be giving some guidance about guardrail identification or reporting. Yes.
Yes.
And I apologize, I don't know if I already asked this. What training, education, or experience, if any, did Mr. Hart have in inspection, identification of guardrails?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware of any?
I'm not aware of any.
And is this the email that you were referring to when I asked you, was there in person? And you said, no, I know that there were some training materials. Is this one of the emails that you're referring to?
Yes.
As of the date of this email, which is 12/22/2017, am I correct? Arcadis was reporting to damaged guardrails to GDOT, not Martin Robbins, correct?
Correct.
How was that done?
GDOT set up a specialized email account that all the strikes that were seen in the field were to be reported to.
So would the inspectors send it directly to that email account, or would they go to somebody else at Arcadis who would then send it to the email account?
They were instructed to send it directly to the email account.
Any other way reporting was done at that time, December of 2017?
GDOT personnel have the same responsibilities, so
It's the responsiveness of the answer.
Any other way Arcadis, as of December 2017, any other way Arcadis notified or reported damaged guardrails other than sending it to the email account that you referred to?
not that I'm aware of.
And you're the person designated, so you would know the best, right?
Correct.
How frequently did the inspectors send the emails in relation to when they, strike that, let me try again. Did Arcadis, as of December 2017, have any policy, procedure, or guideline for its inspectors on when they were to send those emails to the District 7 account in relation to when they actually noticed the damaged guardrail?
I'm not sure if I completely understand the question.
So, and let me try to clarify it. As of December 2017, an inspector notices a damaged guardrail that they would report, correct?
Yes.
Was there any policy, rule, or procedure Arcadis had for the time, how much time should or could appropriately elapse between when that inspector made note of the damage and when that inspector would send the email to the District 7 account?
I don't think nothing was that I've seen in the documentation specified a procedure or policy at this point in time.
Did Arcadis have any discussions with GDOT about what that time frame should be?
At this time, on 12/22/2017, not that I'm aware of.
So you're not aware of GDOT telling Arcadis any specific time frame in which it needed to send that notification to the email account, correct?
Correct.
As of December 2017, would Arcadis know when or if GDOT sent the damaged locations identified to Martin Robbins?
We were not aware at that point.
So at that time, Arcadis would send the emails to the account, which was the only way the notification to GDOT was happening, correct?
Correct.
And then it was GDOT's decision when to forward those on to the contractor, correct?
From my understanding.
And Arcadis wasn't making that decision.
Right.
By December 2017, or as of December 2017, did Arcadis have any understanding regarding, strike that, let me try again. As of December 2017, did Arcadis have any rule, policy, or guideline regarding marking a guardrail in the field in any way, a damaged guardrail in the field?
At this time, I'm not sure. I know there was policy established later in the March 2018 to mark them with paint. But prior to that, I'm not aware of anything.
So prior to March 2018, Arcadis inspectors were not putting any sort of marking or paint on damaged guardrails in the field.
Not that I'm aware of.
And you would know you're the person designated to testify in it, right?
Check the form.
And so, but you said that that changed in March 2018?
I'm pretty sure I saw in the meeting minutes that we looked at earlier, the records I reviewed to something about marking them with paint.
What was Arcadis's understanding of the purpose of those markings, if any?
Our understanding is not to duplicate strikes being reported.
Meaning if it's marked, the next inspector who comes along knows that it's been identified and reported already?
Correct.
Was there any other purpose to those markings, to Arcadis's understanding?
No.
It had no, it was, Arcadis did not believe that those markings helped to signal the contractor in any way?
Object to form.
No, not that I have any. It's just for duplicate, to not to prevent duplication.
And I believe you told me at some point Arcadis became aware that Martin Robbins had other guardrail maintenance contracts with GDOT in the past, but you were not sure when they obtained that knowledge.
Correct.
Would it have been during, can you give me any sort of estimate on when Arcadis learned that information?
Object to form.
Could you repeat that?
Sorry. Do you know whether as of, let's say, November 2017, did Arcadis have knowledge that Martin Robbins had prior guardrail maintenance contracts in District 7?
We were not aware of that.
What about by March 2018?
March 2018, the contractor was, it was known who the contractor was.
But was it known by Arcadis that Martin Robbins had prior guardrail maintenance contracts in District 7 at that time?
We knew that that Martin Robbins had prior contracts, and District 7 was one of their prior contracts.
Did Arcadis have any knowledge as of March 2018 regarding the number of repairs GDOT had requested Martin Robbins perform under any prior contract in District 7?
No.
Did it ever ask?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any conversations between or communications between Arcadis and GDOT discussing the number of repairs GDOT had requested Martin Robbins make under any of those prior contracts?
Object to form.
No.
Did Arcadis have any understanding as of, let's say, December 2017, regarding the factors that went into or that could impact when Martin Robbins performed a repair?
It's a little vague, in my opinion.
I was going to say the same thing.
So I'll represent to you that others have testified that a GDOT representative testified that factors such as the location of the repair, the extent of the damage, of the repair.
I object to this representation about what other witnesses said and then questioning this witness on that basis.
Great. The location of the repair, the extent of the damage, the weather, the availability of manpower, as well as any road closures that GDOT may have in place for other reasons. All of those things could affect when a repair could be performed. Do you have any basis to dispute that the GDOT representative testified as to that?
Objective
Objective
form.
form.
Yeah, I object to the same basis as a minute ago.
Do you just, it's okay,
There's a lot going on there.
sure. Do you disagree that, well, strike that. Did Arcadis assume, or strike that? Did Arcadis have any knowledge whatsoever regarding, or opinion whatsoever regarding what factors may impact when a repair was made?
We have no opinion on that.
And they didn't at the time either?
Opinion.
Did Arcadis, as of March 2018, did Arcadis have any understanding of whether a traffic control plan was required by the contract prior to Martin Robbins being able to perform a repair?
Objective form, are you referring to the Martin Robbins?
The 2017 contract.
Can you rephrase that? Sorry.
Sure. Did Arcadis know whether the 2017 contract required Martin Robbins to have a traffic control plan approved prior to beginning a repair?
Does the contract specify just a general traffic control plan? Is that your question?
Yes.
Objection form, if that's your question.
I'll have to review the contract again to.
Objection relevance.
As of March 2018, did Arcadis have any understanding of, we'll strike that. As of March 2018, did Arcadis have any understanding of any restrictions on the products Martin Robbins could use to perform repairs?
I have an opinion on that.
Did Arcadis have any understanding of what the contract stated about what types of products Martin Robbins could use on its repairs?
We did know that there was a just call it a materials list.
Qualified products list?
Yes, and a materials list in the contract.
Do you need a bathroom? Are you good?
I feel like I'm stinking though. So I don't want
You're not, but
to get too close.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you what we'll mark as exhibit number 11, which is Arcadis's responses to the Patterson's first interrogatories. And I have it.
thank you.
And if you'll look with me at the response to the question number 6, which begins on page 4 and continues on to page 5.
Is this is GDOT's response, I guess?
This is Arcadis's response.
Sorry.
So you're,
6, you said?
Yes, sir.
yeah, so that's the question.
Okay.
And then There,
What's the
our response goes into the substance that we
Oh,
object and then
okay,
the
yeah.
substance of the response.
Okay.
And on page 5, the second sentence says, in January and February 2018, GDOT asked Arcadis for ideas on how Arcadis could become involved in assisting GDOT with GDOT's management of its guardrail service contract with Martin Robbins. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And is that an accurate statement?
yes,
And so it was GDOT's idea that Arcadis become more involved. It wasn't Arcadis' suggestion, correct?
Object to form.
Did GDOT?
I'm sorry, was there an answer? I didn't hear an answer.
Yes.
He said yes.
The objection was louder, sorry.
Did GDOT communicate why it wanted Arcadis to become more involved in the contract management?
No, not that I recall.
Who from GDOT raised this idea in January and February?
I'm not sure on a specific person that raised it to begin with, but I know that it appears that Kelvin Wilson was kind of the champion for that.
Object to the
Whether he was-
responsiveness of the answer.
Whether he was the one that raised the concern to start with, I'm not sure.
To your knowledge, had Arcadis ever, or the 2017 Martin Robbins contract had no maximum and no minimum, correct?
Object to form.
I'm not sure what you're
Um,
referring to, the maximum minimum.
It had no maximum, no minimum number of work that would be requested or was guaranteed to be requested, and no maximum amount of work that was guaranteed to be requested, right?
I'm not sure on that.
You don't know.
I don't know.
As I said here today, you don't know.
I'm not aware of any minimum and maximum reports that we had to send.
And my question, maybe I asked a
Okay.
bad question. Under the 2017 contract, which have you read?
Not completely in detail.
I will represent to you, actually, let's just look at it,
That would be great.
which is marked as Exhibit 5.
It's a little document,
Oh, the big, yeah.
the big one.
If you'll look at what's marked GDOT 2434. And then the second paragraph down, the second sentence, do you see that?
This is an open eight. That one, where it starts.
Yes, sir. It says this is an open agency enterprise contract with no minimum or maximum purchases required. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
What was Arcadis's understanding of that term?
Object to form.
I don't really have an opinion on what the definition of purchases are.
Is it your testimony Arcadis had no understanding of what that term meant?
Yes.
If I represent to you that others have testified that that term meant that GDOT could request no work from Martin Robbins, or it could request as much work as it wanted from Martin Robbins. Do you have any basis to dispute that that is what? Strike that. Let me try again.
Let me object before you start, so I don't
I
interrupt.
struck
you.
it. I struck it.
I know, but I'm trying to be nice with you here. I'm going to object to the questioning of witness based on your representation about what some other witness said. Now, go ahead.
Did Arcadis have any understanding about the amount of repairs Martin Robbins could be requested to perform?
We don't have any opinion on that.
Did it have any understanding at the time?
Don't have any opinion on the contract between GDOT and Martin Robbins.
Did Arcadis have any understanding of that contract?
I mean, we knew that the contract was in place. As far as the, legalities of what certain sentences meant, we were not able to make that determination.
In March 2018, Arcadis did become more involved in management of the 2017 contract, right?
Object to form.
Became more involved in helping GDOT with management of the contract.
Did Arcadis feel it was important to understand that contract if it was going to help manage it in some way?
Object to the form.
To the extent that GDOT asked us to.
So if GDOT asked you guys to understand provisions of the contract, Arcadis would, and if GDOT did not ask you to do that, Arcadis did not feel it had any responsibility to do that.
Object to the form.
That is my understanding.
Do you have any understanding of why GDOT asked Arcadis to get more involved in the middle of the 2017 contract as opposed to at the outset of it, or when the next contract was put out for bid?
Objection calls for speculation.
We don't have an opinion on that.
And Arcadis had no communications with GDOT regarding that.
We don't have any opinion on that.
In January and February of 2018, did Arcadis and GDOT have any discussions regarding Martin Robbins' performance to date of the 2017 contract?
Not that I recall.
And you would be the person who would know as the person who is designated to testify today, right?
As Arcadis, yes.
At any point prior to March 2018, did GDOT represent to Arcadis that it was unhappy or displeased with Martin Robbins' performance of the 2017 contract?
Recall.
We talked about after March 2018, Arcadis would go verify repairs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did Arcadis have any responsibility, or strike that? Did Arcadis convey whether the repair should be accepted or rejected by GDOT?
Object to the form.
Yeah, maybe could clarify a little bit.
Was there ever a time after March 2018 when Arcadis went to verify a repair and said to GDOT, you shouldn't accept this, or you shouldn't pay them for this?
Is that to present? Is that what you're asking? From 2018 to present?
Let's say from March 2018 until September 2018.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
But sometime, at some point, did they take on that role?
We did have the liberty to say that if the repair was not to standard.
And so Arcadis could say whether the performance was done in accordance with the contract.
With GDOT
Sector
standards.
form.
GDOT standards, which were a part of the contract, correct?
Correct.
After March 2018 until September 2018, did Arcadis make determinations as to whether to deduct or to issue a disincentive for particular repairs?
No, not to my knowledge.
So your testimony is Arcadis, between March 2018 and September 2018, did not advise GDOT whether a disincentive should be issued for any particular repair.
Correct.
Objective form. You can answer.
I will say that the only stipulation we were aware of disincentivizing is time date, not based on a repair or didn't repair properly to standard.
So Arcadis would say, we request, the request was made on this date, the repair was done on this date, and based on that, they would say whether a disincentive should be applied.
Objective form.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the answer.
You said you didn't understand what I meant, right?
Right.
Can you explain what you meant by your prior answer?
About the contract, from what we understand now, the disincentives were on a time basis.
Correct. And so based on that rubric, Arcadis would say whether a disincentive needed to be applied or not.
Objective form.
No, that was always GDOT. Can I take a 5 minute?
Okay, back on the record, Mr. Hendon, I'm going to hand you what we'll mark as exhibit number 12, which is Arcadis 9790. And it is an email or string of emails, the last one being from 3/8/2018, correct?
Yes. No. Say that date again?
It looks like the last email, so the top one was sent 3/8/2018.
Yes. I thought you said 320.
Sorry, I might have. And it looks like this is communication between Jordan Hart and Kelvin Wilson, CCing some other people, correct?
Correct.
Including yourself, right?
Yes.
Hey, Claire, what was that Bates number? I'm sorry.
Sure. It's Arcadis 9790.
Sorry.
And if you look at the second page of the document with me, and it says, Jordan, it's an email from Kelvin Wilson. It says, Jordan, attached is the guardrail contract for your use. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says, will you be assigning someone to, it says manage this contract? Also, do you have a list of damaged guardrail locations we can send to the contractor for repairs? Did I read that part correctly?
Yes.
Prior to this, who was managing the contract? Sorry, strike that. You told me prior to this, Mike Malcolm was overseeing the inspectors. Is that correct?
Overseeing the inspectors, yes.
And then after this, what Linda English and Mr. Hart were splitting management?
Well, I think you're mischaracterizing his testimony. Arcadis
Well,
didn't
hold on,
begin.
let me did I misstate your testimony?
I'm not sure what you stated.
Let me ask it this way. In the response on the next page, it says management of this contract will be split between Linda English and myself, correct? And it's from Jordan Hart,
Where did you see that?
the last full paragraph on that page, that first page.
First page.
Right here.
Okay. Yes, I see that.
Okay, and did they in fact take over management of the contract?
They took over responsibilities.
And prior to that, was Mike Malcolm the person who was primarily responsible for overseeing inspectors?
He was over the inspectors, but not managing this contract.
I understand. And then on that same first page, The third sentence says, I plan to have the full list of locations reported starting 1/1/18 to the contractor by 3/9/18. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Had Arcadis been collecting locations since January 1st, 2018?
the process was beginning to identify locations that had strikes.
So, and that had started at least by 1/1/18.
Correct.
But Arcadis had not been sending those locations to GDOT.
We had been sending them to the D7 guardrail email address.
Okay. Did Arcadis have any knowledge as to whether those were being passed on to Martin Robbins?
We did not.
At some point, did you learn whether they had been passed on to Martin Robbins by GDOT?
I'm not sure.
And certainly Arcadis did not send those locations collected between 1/1/18 and the date of this email directly to Martin Robbins, correct?
Correct. We were just, it appears that we were just compiling the list.
Object to the response.
At any point between 1/1/18 and the date of this email, did Arcadis ask GDOT whether the locations that had been sent to the district account had been passed on to Martin Robbins?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did GDOT ask Arcadis to collect these locations? We'll strike that. Do you know who had access to the District 7 account that the email account we keep referring to
Objective form, what,
as of March 2018?
Prior to March 2018, I'm not sure who had access to the account.
Did Arcadis ever have access to that account
Not to my knowledge prior to 2018, March 2018,
at any point?
not to my knowledge.
So Arcadis has never had access to that District 7 email account.
No, not to my knowledge. Other than sending,
Sure, you would send it there, but at any point, if Arcadis wanted to see what was in the inbox of that account, did it have the ability to do that?
not that I've seen any indication where we had access.
I think there's some confusion.
I understand.
Sorry.
Do you, and we can address it later. As of the date of this email, March 7th, 2018, did Arcadis believe GDOT had passed on those repairs Arcadis had sent to the District 7 account to Martin Robbins?
Object to form.
Join.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Arcadis didn't know one way or the other as of March 2018.
We don't have an opinion on, I shouldn't say right. We don't have an opinion on what GDOT did.
And I think the word opinion is throwing me. Arcadis either knew or did not know what GDOT was doing with those emails and whether they had been passed on.
Yeah, we did not know.
Did not know and did not ask.
Right.
As of March 7th, 2018, did Arcadis have any expectation of what had been done with those locations sent to the District 7 email account?
Object to form.
Join.
What GDOT had done with those locations sent to the District 7 account?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Did Arcadis have any expectation as to what GDOT would do once it received an email identifying a location to the District 7 account?
Prior to 2018, March 2018, we didn't have any expectations.
as you sit here today, do you know whether strike that. What did Arcadis's, whether it be the Arcadis's master agreement or the task orders, what, if anything, did that state about the time for Arcadis to notify GDOT of a damaged location between identification and reporting the time?
Object to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion, but factually speaking, he can answer.
There was nothing in our contract that references guardrail specifically in reporting guardrail.
Andrew will mark as exhibit number 13, which is Arcadis's responses to the Patterson plaintiff's first request for admission. And I'm going to direct you to your answer to request number 6. If you want to take a second and read that.
Yes, please. Okay.
And I want to ask you about that last part. And it says, Arcadis further responds by stating that if in the performance of the Arcadis agreement, an Arcadis employee or subcontractor observed a damaged guardrail, they were to report it in accordance with that agreement. And after March 14th, 2018, in accordance with the procedures established between GDOT and Arcadis. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
What were those procedures?
The procedures after March 14th, 2018. That was, I want to say we were transitioning at that point to a web-based service for location and inspection location of where dark guardrail damage was. Do you know a date on when that went live or when that was?
We'll talk about that in a little bit. I just want to get clarity on this answer. And so is it your testimony you think that that's the procedures was the web-based application?
I think we were starting to move towards that at this point. So it was a, it was a kind of a transforming process of how so the agreement between that March 14th, is that referring to the date that can I go back and look at that?
Sure.
Make sure I have the dates. Did you have the meeting minutes? Did you already give me that?
I have not given you that. I'll represent to you the meeting minutes that were shown to you earlier
yeah.
today were from 3/13/18.
So I think that's the referring to that agreement.
Okay, and what were the specific procedures that you're referring to in this answer and that you think were discussed in that meeting?
So the procedures were to report it to the D7 guardrail email address, and that we would, at that point, take them from the email address, compile them, and I think give them to Kelvin Wilson to give to the, at GDOT to give to the contractor.
So the new procedure or the procedure,
That's referring in this question.
right, the one that's came into place after March 14th is that, I'm sorry, can you just say it for me one more time?
That we were going to report damages to the D7 guardrail email address. That's how we report damages.
But isn't that how you were already reporting damages?
It would, the email address was already established, but, and so that date kind of is the date that we have, that we were officially asked to take more of a leadership role in helping this contract.
Okay, but I am correct. I believe you testified earlier, and tell me if I'm wrong,
The
that,
email was set up prior to that.
so then you said after March 14th, you would report the damages to the D7 email account, correct? And then what would happen?
Those emails would, we would download those, whatever's been put to that email address, put them in the spreadsheet to send to Martin Robbins. But they would be sent via GDOT, not Arcadis at that time, is what was established.
So then at that point, did Arcadis have access to the D7 email account?
March 14th, yes,
So at some point it did gain access to that account.
that is correct.
How long did it have access to that account?
I'm not sure the exact date we got access.
Okay. Do you still have access to this day?
I don't think we're currently using that process anymore.
Do you believe for any reason that Arcadis could not access those emails if it wanted to at this point?
I don't think we have access anymore. I'm unaware of that we do.
Okay, so Arcadis would send it to the D7 account. Arcadis then had access to that account. You said it would download those, or it would take those reports, put them into a spreadsheet, correct?
Correct.
Which Arcadis would make, correct?
Correct.
And then Arcadis would send that to Kelvin Wilson to then send to the contractor.
Yes, that was a process at that time, March
And-
14th.
Right, and it eventually changed, correct?
Correct.
But as of March 14th, was there any discussion or any change as of March 14th, or strike that, was there any discussion regarding the time between when Arcadis would learn of a damaged guardrail and when it would need to be reported to GDOT via that spreadsheet that you talked about?
I don't know if I can ask a question.
Well,
You
you
can, I
can
might not
ask her to
answer it.
clarify. I mean, if you don't understand the question, say you don't
Yeah,
understand.
I'm
the
not
question.
really sure what you're asking.
Did GDOT, was there any agreement as to how quickly Arcadis needed to notify GDOT via that spreadsheet that you discussed
Mhm.
after it had recorded or identified a damaged location?
From my understanding from the meeting minutes that I've read, that was initially set up to be a daily delivery. However, I think, it went to weekly as the process was refining.
And you'll mark as exhibit number 14, which is Arcadis 9479. Mark that as exhibit 14. And this is an email from Jason Moore. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
He was the district maintenance engineer at the time.
Okay, and it's an email from him to Jordan Hart. And I did not attach the contract, but it appears to be attaching something called contract guardrail fully executed. And then it says Martin Robbins guardrail contract current in the body of the email, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to think that the 2017 Martin Robbins contract was not actually attached to this email?
As long as it is the contract that they're referring to.
Did Arcadis have a copy of Martin Robbins 2017 contract with GDOT prior to February 22nd, 2018?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you would know, right? As the person designated to testify about that contract?
Yes.
Did GDOT ever review the contract with Arcadis, the 2017 contract?
Not that I'm aware of.
And again, you would be the person who would know as the person designated to testify on that, right?
Yes.
Is Arcadis mentioned anywhere in the 2017 contract with Martin Robbins?
No.
Do you know if there was ever an amendment or any sort of supplement to the 2017 contract which discussed Arcadis in any way?
Not that I'm aware of.
Look with me at the Exhibit 5, which is the 2017 contract. If you look at the page that at the bottom right is GDOT 2495. Did GDOT at any time prior to September 2018, did GDOT discuss any of the estimated quantities listed here with Arcadis?
Just the form.
Not to my knowledge.
If you look with me at what's marked GDOT 2479.
Oh boy.
And you see where it says notification and reporting.
Yes.
And then there is a section A1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's discussing routine functional notification for guardrail and cable barrier, correct?
Yes.
And it says notification will occur when a minimum of 100 feet of guardrail or cable barrier is identified. Did I read that part correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then if you'll look under subsection B, which is titled non-functional notification for guardrail and cable barrier, do you see that?
Yes.
And number 1 says non-functional notification will be sent regardless of the linear feet of non-functional guardrail, cable barrier, or impact attenuators available, correct?
Yes.
Did GDOT ever discuss these provisions with Arcadis?
Other than, not to my knowledge, other than sending us the contract.
But they never highlighted that or said, have you reviewed this part or drew any special attention to that, correct?
Check the form.
Martin? Not that I'm aware of.
And you would know as the person designated to testify, right?
Can
Yeah.
I just be clear? I mean, you know, he wasn't a recipient of this email, and I understand he's a 30B6 witness, but I mean, he can't possibly know what Jordan Hart and Jason Ward discussed. Well, that's just not really a reasonable expectation.
Well, we can agree to, I mean, I understand there's shades of gray. We'll probably have some
Okay.
disagreement on what we think he should know and shouldn't know as a corporate representative. And I'm just trying to, you know, you can only testify as you sit here today to what you do know, and we'll fight about what that means later. Okay.
We agree on that.
Prior to March 14th, 2018 were the Arcadis inspectors sending, we'll strike that. Arcadis, you'll agree with me that under this 2017 contract, GDOT could issue disincentives if Martin Robbins failed to repair within the stated timeframe, correct?
Object that it calls for legal conclusion.
Yeah, I think I'm just more of a fact witness for Arcadis, not drawing a legal conclusion on what the.
As of March 14th, did Arcadis have any understanding regarding whether GDOT could issue disincentives to Martin Robbins for work it performed?
Is that the same question? So I'm just going to say that I feel like that's a legal question between Martin Robbins and GDOT. As Arcadis, I don't think I can answer that question.
You don't think you can answer whether
A legal
Arcadis
question.
had any understanding of whether GDOT issued disincentives to Martin Robbins?
I think that's a legal question between GDOT and Martin Robbins.
Was Arcadis aware of GDOT ever deducting amounts otherwise owed to Martin Robbins based on when the repair was completed?
Object to form.
Join.
I don't think I can answer that. I don't have an opinion on that question.
You think it is a legal question whether Arcadis knew whether GDOT deducted amounts from Martin Robbins, whether based on the contract or they just wanted to do it? You don't, Arcadis did not know whether that was happening.
I don't know if I understand.
Well, if
how
you
to-
don't know,
I
if you
don't know how
don't
to
know, say you
understand.
don't know.
I don't understand. I don't know how to, I don't know.
Do you know if at any time GDOT withheld any payments from Martin Robbins due to the time in which Martin Robbins completed a repair under?
At any time,
Yes.
I believe they might have, but I don't know for sure.
Object to the
So
response.
you wouldn't know any of the dates that might have happened, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if GDOT has done that on subsequent contracts
Object to
or
form.
with subsequent contractors in District 7?
Object to form.
I don't know without seeing any kind of correspondence between GDOT and the contractors.
Am I correct that Arcadis has no knowledge about the quantity of repairs GDOT requested Martin Robbins perform prior to March 2018?
Correct.
And if I have questions about the number of locations Arcadis identified in March 2018 or after, those are better left for Mr. Marshall, correct?
Correct.
And he would be the person who had knowledge about any tallies or calculations Arcadis did to determine the number of locations, right?
Correct. Coming back to 5, kind of put it away.
Right now, I think you're probably safe. I'm gonna hand you what we will mark as exhibit number
15.
15, which is MR 18270. And then a series of spreadsheets sent the same time and previously or sent on, excuse me, let me try that again. I don't know. And 16. And again, 15 is MR 18270. 16 is the series of spreadsheets that were previously identified as being sent on 3/12/2018 during Mr. Moore's deposition. And I will represent to you that those, my office did shrink those so that they would all fit on these pages. But they are, all the information included is the same as what was produced.
Oh, Ms. Williamson, can you, if this is an exhibit that you've created, can you send us a copy of it?
You already have a copy of it. It was, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it was included in Mr. Moore's deposition. It was simply shrunk down to size so that we could read it in a legible form, but I don't remember the exact number. I can find out for you at a later time. Okay, and exhibit 15 starts with an email on March 9th, 2018 from Linda English to Kelvin Wilson. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, Kelvin, attached is the damaged guardrail locations spreadsheet for Martin Robbins. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then it looks like, strike what I said about exhibit 16. I was getting ahead of myself. Exhibit 16 was in fact attached to this email, and it was, the native number is MR 18271. I apologize.
So it's one exhibit or it's two?
I already marked it as two, so we'll just
All
leave it. Do you have any reason to dispute that Miss English sent Mr. Wilson this spreadsheet on March 9th?
No.
And then it looks like Mr. Wilson forwards it to Mr. Wilkerson on March 12th, correct?
It appears, yes.
Do you have any knowledge why Mr. Wilson waited 3 days to send that to Martin Robbins?
Objection calls or speculation.
I have no opinion. No, I don't know. I have no idea.
Did Arcadis identify every location listed on exhibit 16 on 3/9/18?
Not aware. If it was all Arcadis or if it was a joint.
How could we figure, and my question, do you know whether this was, these locations were accumulated over a series of time, or if Arcadis inspectors in fact found every location listed here on 3/9/2018?
Object to the extent it mischaracterizes that Arcadis would have been the one that found all these. I mean, this is a compilation of.
Well, let me ask you, I'll ask you this. What do you understand exhibit 16 to be?
What I understand 16 to be
Yes, sir.
is a lot of strikes that were reported in by somebody somewhere. I'm not sure if it was all Arcadis or a combination of Arcadis and GDOT employees.
So you can't tell me, and of course, there's a lot on here. I think, or you
Yeah.
said, I think so. There's a lot. You're not sure if these are all from Arcadis or some combination of Arcadis and GDOT, right?
Correct. I don't know.
And you don't know the date when, whether it be Arcadis who found it or GDOT who found it. You don't know the actual date that that person first identified the damage at these locations, right?
I don't know. I do not know. Do you know what day of the week 3/9 is?
It's a Friday.
Friday, because March 9th is the date of the email.
I'm gonna hand you what we'll mark as exhibit number 17, which is MR 18328. And it is an email, Mr. Wilkerson responding to an email from Mr. Wilson, correct?
Yes.
And the first line says, Kelvin, the spreadsheets you've sent this week have 155 locations. Did I read that part correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and my questions regarding whether that are accurate would be best for Mr. Marshall, right?
I'm not sure about Mr. Marshall would have a knowledge of that at this point in time.
Do you have any reason to dispute that 155 locations were sent the week of March 16th?
Is it referring to exhibit 16?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
My question is, do you have a basis to dispute that the spreadsheets that were sent to Martin Robbins the week of March 16th had 155 locations listed?
I don't know, unless it's this spreadsheet here on 16, exhibit 16.
Do you have any knowledge whether other spreadsheets beyond the ones marked as 16 were sent the week of March 16th?
Not that I'm aware of.
And if you'll look at the third sentence, it says, even if they all fell into the functional category 45 days, the prospect of completing them in time is low without even factoring in restrictions for Easter, spring break, weather, etc. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Did Arcadis have any, as of the date of this email, did Arcadis have any position regarding whether, how many locations it could request Martin Robbins make repairs at?
Objective form.
Can you restate that, please?
Sure. Did Arcadis?
Say it again.
Sure. As of the date of this email, did Arcadis believe there was a limit to the number of locations it could request Martin Robbins make repairs on?
We were not aware of any.
Did you ever discuss any limit with GDOT?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Arcadis have any discussions with GDOT about Martin Robbins' statement that it could not realistically complete the, oh, excuse me, the last line of that says, going forward, can the department send lists on a routine schedule with a realistic quantity of work expected? Did I read that correctly?
Can you show me where that was?
Right, the last sentence of the
First paragraph. Going forward. I do acknowledge that's what it says.
Okay. Did Arcadis have any discussions either internally or with GDOT about that statement?
Check the form.
Join.
All I know is that from the meeting minutes that we were to report those daily to GDOT. And as far as how they were going to send those to Martin Robbins, I don't know that it was ever discussed between us and GDOT.
Do you know whether GDOT or Arcadis ever sent a written response to this email?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I haven't seen anything.
I'm going to mark what was previously marked as, well, I'm going to mark exhibit number 18, which is a 4/2/18 email Dates labeled MR 18662. And it's from Mr. Hart to Mr. Wilkerson, and says, due to the 20 MB file size limit of Outlook, we will have to start sending damaged guardrail locations daily instead of weekly as discussed in our meeting. Did I read that part correctly?
Yes,
Do you know what meeting that's referring to?
I don't.
And then it says there will be multiple emails today as we break down our weekly master sheet. Did I read that part correctly?
Yes,
And we have now come to the part, the spreadsheets that I will represent to you were previously marked in Mr. Moore's deposition. There are seven. We'll mark them as exhibit number 19.
is this the same as 16 or is this a different one?
This is different.
Okay.
Exhibit 19, which I will represent to you, were sent with separate emails. And this is the one that my office shrunk down to fit and compiled all in one, simply for convenience of looking at it here today. And if you'll look at those spreadsheets, the date sent to Martin Robbins for all of them is listed as 4/2/2018, correct?
Yes.
There is no call. Do you know who created this spreadsheet? The sort of the form of the spreadsheet.
I believe GDOT. I think we started to put something together and GDOT refined it to what it was needed based on the contract.
And it's again under date sent to Martin Robbins. The dates are all 4/2/2018, correct?
Yes.
There is no column for date located by Arcadis or GDOT, is there?
Not that I see on here.
Do you know whether all of these locations were first located by either Arcadis or GDOT on 4/2/2018?
Do I know that they are all located on 4.2?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that.
And would
They
the
were
only
or weren't.
and would be the only way for us to determine that be by looking the date that it was identified would be to look at
T7 guardrail email address.
Objective form and the response.
I'm going to mark exhibit number 20, which is a non-compliance, an email and a non-compliance letter, MR 19256. Did Arcadis help draft this letter?
Not to my knowledge.
Prior to April 17th, 2018, did Arcadis have any discussions with GDOT about putting Martin Robbins in default?
Objective form.
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Can you repeat it?
Sure. Prior to April 17th, 2018, did Arcadis have any discussions with GDOT regarding Martin Robbins not being in compliance with its contract?
Not that I've seen any record of.
Did Arcadis have any discussions with GDOT about this letter that's attached to Exhibit 20?
Not that I'm aware of. other than being copied on the letter.
Did Arcadis have any discussions with GDOT about this letter after it was sent?
I don't know.
As of March 17th, 2018, had GDOT and Arcadis had any discussions about trying to locate other guardrail contractors to assist on repair work in District 7?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. As of April 17th, 2018, had GDOT and Arcadis had any discussions regarding potentially seeking out other guardrail contractors to assist on work in District 7?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did it have discussions about that at any time prior to September 2018? Excuse me, September 2018.
September 2018.
Yes, sir.
I don't recall any about identifying contractors.
I'm going to hand you a world mark as exhibit number 21. Which is Arcadis 25926. And the attachment that went along with that. And this appears to be an email from Justin Vaughn. Do you know who Justin Vaughn is?
He is a GDOT employee.
Do you know what district Mr. Vaughn works in or worked in at this time?
He was a District 7 employee.
And it's an email from him to Shane Bramlett. Do you know who that is?
He was a district employee at that time. GDOT employee.
Okay. And the picture, can you take a look at the picture that was attached to it?
Okay.
And this appears to be the area where the subject accident occurred, correct?
It appears to be the subject guardrail.
That's a better way to state that. I'm going to hand you what was previously marked in the deposition of GDOT's corporate representative as exhibits 57, 58, and 59. The email that starts at exhibit 57 is MR 3080.
Did you need to put a tag on that?
Mark that as exhibit number 22. I'll get you.
I can look on it. That's unless you have an extra, unless you have an.
And exhibit 57 appears to be first a email from Miss English to Mr. Wilkerson, correct?
Correct.
And then it is attaching, it was attaching a spreadsheet, which is the next page. And I'll represent to you that final page is a photo that came up when you clicked the link or you clicked the row, which listed the subject guardrail. Do you have any reason to think that is not the photo that came up conflicts that.
Appears to be the same photo that was in the exhibit 21.
And if we look back at exhibit number 21, Mr. Vaughn does not copy the D7 account, does he?
Doesn't appear to.
Do you know if the exhibit 21 item, if it ever made it to that D7 account?
I'm not sure.
Do you know how Miss English learned of that particular repair?
I don't know how she got that.
And I believe you, correct me if I'm wrong, Arcadis had never requested Martin Robbins repair that subject guardrail prior to April 20th, correct?
Without looking at all the other repairs that were submitted, the spreadsheets from prior dates, I don't know.
And if it's not on there, then no, the answer would be no, right?
Correct.
To Arcadis's knowledge, had anybody requested Martin Robbins repair the subject guardrail prior to April 20th?
Again, without looking at the prior reports sent to Martin Robbins and verifying the locations that are to this location. I'm not aware.
The mark exhibit 23, which is Arcadis 32448.
Oh, 130.
And it is an email from Jordan Hart to Derek Wilkerson, dated 4/24/2018. It says, Derek, following up our phone conversation from yesterday afternoon, I spoke with Jason this morning about some of your concerns. Do you have any knowledge regarding what those concerns were?
I don't.
Do you know whether one of the concerns Mr. Wilkerson raised was the volume of damaged locations being reported?
Join.
Yeah, I think no, I don't. I'm not aware of any of the concerns.
Do you know whether Arcadis took any action in response to this conversation that's referred to in this exhibit?
Join.
I think the action is emailing Derek Wilkerson. This email.
This email is the action.
I'm assuming based
Well,
on the
don't speculate.
okay. I don't know.
I'm going to hand you what we'll mark as exhibit number 24, which is Arcadis 23387. And it is an email between Linda English and Mr. Marshall with some other people CC'd, correct?
Correct.
And really what I want to ask you about is on the second page. And the second line says, starting 4/30/18, Martin Robbins will be in default. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
How did Arcadis know that Martin Robbins would be in default on 4/30/18?
I'm not sure.
You're not aware of any communications with GDOT regarding default?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not aware of any. The only knowledge is that prior non-compliance letter that was 20. Is it 20?
And you said that you were not aware of any conversations between GDOT and Arcadis regarding that non-compliance letter, correct?
Correct.
It goes on to say, and DBI will pick up work under an emergency contract. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did DBI pick up work under an emergency contract?
I don't know.
We don't know.
If DBI did. I'm pretty sure Martin Robbins picked up the emergency contract.
In May of 2018 or
I'm not
around
sure.
about that time?
I'm not sure when their emergency contract started.
Do you know whether any other guardrail or any other contractor other than Martin Robbins performed any guardrail repair or maintenance in District 7 at any time in 2018 prior to September 14th of 2018?
I don't know.
If another contractor was performing guardrail repair and maintenance in District 7, would you expect Arcadis to be aware of that?
That's form.
Join.
I don't know. I don't.
Do you know whether an emergency contract was drafted in May of 2018?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware of any conversations between GDOT and DBI regarding picking up an emergency contract?
I'm not aware of any of the conversations.
Are you aware of any conversations between or communications between Arcadis and DBI regarding DBI performing work in District 7 prior to September 14th, 2018?
Not that I'm aware of.
The last line there says reporting to the DBI will be different. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Do you know what that means?
I do not.
In May of 2018, did Arcadis and GDOT have any discussions about hiring a guardrail contractor other than Martin Robbins to perform work in District 7?
Not to my knowledge. Can we take a 5-minute break?
We're gonna take a break. Mr. Hendon, I'm gonna mark for you what I'm gonna hand to you what we will mark as Exhibit 25, which is space labeled ARC 32209. And it looks like emails between Miss English and Mr. Marshall, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the second paragraph at the top, it says, I'll send you over the contract, but it looks like Martin Robbins will be in default and they will be going with another contractor. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Do you know the basis for that statement?
I do not.
When you were preparing for today, did you look at any of the emails that I've showed you this afternoon?
I don't remember seeing some of the, I don't remember seeing all these.
And then it says that contract will not be valid and there will be another one. Did I read that part correctly?
You read it right?
Do you know the basis for that statement?
I do not.
Did Arcadis ever look for another contractor prior to September 14th, 2018 to perform work in District 7?
Objective
Arc-
form.
Arcadis did not.
Did you ever ask Arcadis to do that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Arcadis have any knowledge as to whether GDOT itself was looking for another contractor?
I don't know.
I'm going to hand you what we will mark as Exhibit 26. And for our Zoom participants, I apologize. I pulled one that does not have a Bates label, but it is the May 15th, 2018 notice of default, which we have previously marked in several depositions.
May 15, 2018, you said?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Did Arcadis help draft this document?
Not to my knowledge.
Did Arcadis have any communications with GDOT regarding this document?
Not to my knowledge.
Annual will mark as exhibit number 27, which is Arcadis 7569. Is an emails in May 2018 between GDOT and certain members of Arcadis. And then the first full paragraph under Hey Jason and Kathy says, attached is the path forward for how Walker and I feel we should be communicating with Martin Robbins in regard to reporting guardrail strikes accurately and efficiently for both parties. The current process is cumbersome, inefficient, and inaccurate. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly.
And that was Arcadis's position that the process in place as of this date, May 18th, 2018, was cumbersome, inefficient, and inaccurate.
Objective form.
That was not Arcadis' position. I think that was, I don't want to speculate what Ryan Anderson was saying
What was the process as of May 18th, 2018?
before. Is that what you're saying?
The current process. If he says the current process, so what was the current process? Was it the one that you described for me with the
Going to
D7?
the D7.
But at this
email.
point, Arcadis was sending the spreadsheets directly to the contractor, correct?
From what I have seen, it was a combination of either Kelvin from GDOT or Arcadis, but mostly Arcadis.
Was there any procedure, policy, or guideline for whether Arcadis would send the spreadsheet or GDOT would send the spreadsheet?
Not to my knowledge, there wasn't a defined process.
The first sentence of the second paragraph says, attached is a spreadsheet with the 75 guardrail strikes that the Arcadis inspectors have collected since early May up to this afternoon, utilizing the Arc Collector app on their phones. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so had Arcadis reported those 75 to Martin Robbins?
I'm not aware. I'm not sure.
What is the Arc Collector app?
How big of an explanation? You maybe want to define a bit
Sure.
more direct question.
At some point, did Arcadis develop a like a phone or computer app for reporting purposes?
We did not develop the app.
Did it work in conjunction with somebody to get that developed?
It's more of a question geared to Walker, I think, could probably answer.
Yeah, Walker's subject is development of the app, but
Yeah, I don't,
yeah, if you don't know, you don't know.
yeah, I don't know.
As of May 18th, 2018, were strikes being reported to Martin Robbins via that app?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know when that first began?
That would be Walker would know when that was. I don't know when that first began.
I can hear somebody whispering. I don't know if you don't care if I can hear you, that's fine, but
Yeah, it's just somebody's not muted. Okay.
thought you might care.
we're not muted, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand you exhibit number 28, which is Arcadis 25095. And it is an email from Jordan Hart to a collection of Arcadis, people with Arcadis handles. Are those all inspectors?
Yes.
Okay. The second to last sentence in that first paragraph says, as I'm sure you know, we have a large number of strikes in District 7. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Large compared to what?
I don't know what his reference to large is.
Did Arcadis have any expectation prior to March 2018 of the quantity of locations it would be reporting?
No.
Did it have any expectation as to the quantity of locations Martin Robbins could repair based on its manpower and equipment?
Objective form.
No, we didn't have an opinion on that.
And no expectation?
No.
The annual Wheel Markers exhibit number 29, which for those on Zoom, I apologize. This also does not have a base label, but it is the June 25th, 2018 response to cure received May 29th, 2018 from GDOT. Did our, go ahead. Did Arcadis have any role in drafting this?
Not to my knowledge.
Was this letter discussed with Arcadis?
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of.
If you look at the second page, the last full paragraph says, as a courtesy, the department wishes to advise Martin Robbins Fence Company that this contract, states the number, will not be renewed and will expire on September 14th, 2018. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Was Arcadis aware whether at this time or sometime after that the department had informed Martin Robbins it would not be renewing its contract?
Not that I'm aware of or I've seen.
Before I mark this, I'm going to show you the screenshot, and I've asked a lot of people about it and nobody has been able to help me. Would you be the correct person for me to ask about this, or would that be Mr. Walker?
L.B. Walker.
Well, it's Walker Marshall, so it's Mr. Marshall.
I did not get this right.
Yeah,
It's a double last name.
I kept doing that.
Yeah, he's used to it.
I will be able to ask Mr.
Marshall.
About that. Manual and marked as exhibit number 30. Arcadis 32388. Which looks to be emails between Ryan Anderson from Arcadis and several other people.
Looks like two Ryan. Yep.
Thank you. Do you know who Jonathan Billups is?
I don't. That's why I was curious who that was.
Okay, but the second email from the top, it looks like it's directed to Jonathan from Mr. Anderson, correct?
I don't think so, because that's.
Well, she's talking about right here.
Oh, okay.
Ryan
Yeah, I
is-
see it. I see it now. Yeah, what you're talking about.
The third sentence of that
Oops, I
says,
wrote on that. Oh, well.
according to Derek at Martin Robbins, many strikes that we reported to Martin Robbins were not to be fixed due to an I-20 upgrade. However, in the interim of delivering these strikes on I-20 to MRS, and their latest invoice, these strikes have in fact been repaired along I-20. I contacted Derek and he said that MRS did not fix these particular strikes along I-20. Do you know the name of the contractor that repaired? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And then whoever Mr. Billets is says Nationwide Construction Group, correct?
Yes.
Was Arcadis aware that, or to Arcadis's knowledge, had GDOT engaged Nationwide Construction to perform any guardrail work in District 7?
That's the form.
Not that I'm aware.
Do you have any reason to dispute that Nationwide did in fact perform some guardrail work in District 7 at that time?
We can't perform.
Join.
Can you be more specific if it's on the construction or the maintenance side?
We'll just strike that question. Hand you exhibit 31, which is ARC 39469. And it looks like it's maybe a meeting invite or some sort of an invite, but also with some text in it from Ryan Anderson, right?
That's why I'm trying to figure out what it is. Yeah.
And what was Ryan's role in Arcadis's work with the guardrails as of 7/30/18?
He performed many different requests from GDOT. So really, I mean, just a senior inspector role. It's kind of where he fell into his role.
And the first sentence says, hey, as we all know, there is a vast amount of guardrail across D7 to locate spatially, report to contractors accurately, track to repair / replacement, and invoicing once it is struck within the district. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And is that an accurate statement?
Objective form.
I don't know if it's accurate.
Do you have any reason to think it's not accurate?
I don't have an opinion.
We'll mark as exhibit 32, which is ARC 5191. And it is a email. It starts with an email from Ryan to Jason Moore, correct?
Okay.
And the third sentence says, as we know, Martin Robbins is currently buried with over 400 strikes to replace or fix across the district. And it's demonstrated thus far that they cannot meet the current and future demand. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I understand my questions regarding quantity are better for Mr. Marshall.
Yes.
Mr. Marshall, right?
Yes.
Was it Arcadis's position that Martin Robbins could not meet the current and future demand as of August 6, 2018?
Object to the form.
We don't have a
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, one of the topics identified is performance under the contract, and this is a clear statement of Arcadis making a comment on Martin Robbins' performance of the contract. So that's why I'm asking this question. So, was
Okay,
that-
but you can't
was
get
that
around
in
the
fact-
rules. You can't get around the rules of evidence by drafting an NOD in a particular way. The rule is still the rule. So that's our objection. Go ahead.
You restate the question.
Was it Arcadis's position
Sorry.
that Martin Robbins could not meet the current and future demands as of August 6, 2018?
Object to the form.
We really don't have an opinion on that. We have no idea what Martin Robbins' capabilities are.
The second paragraph starts with the current size of the guardrail backlog and the large spatial extent of the district. And it goes on from there. I'm going to ask you about that, but Does that mean large spatial extent of the district? Does that just mean it's a large geographic area? Or do you know what that means?
Yeah, spatial is, geographically speaking.
And why would that be relevant to this discussion?
Object to the form.
Can you be more specific?
Well, if you want to finish reading that paragraph and he's talking about, well, we'll come back to that. How about that?
Sure.
The second sentence there says, I know you have expressed concerns about identifying and procuring guardrail contractors in the past. Did I read that part correctly?
Yes.
What communications had Arcadis had with GDOT regarding those concerns?
I'm not sure.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Do you have any reason to dispute that those concerns were expressed by Mr. Moore?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah. I don't have an opinion on that, what he meant or intended.
The last sentence there says, this morning I did some cursory internet searches for guardrail contractors and am under the assumption that 4 to 5 currently do guardrail maintenance and would likely respond. If you look at the sentence before, it looks like that's an ITB. It's referring to an ITB. Do you agree with me that that's what it's referring to in response?
Sorry, I'm reading.
Sure.
I don't want to speculate that that's what it's referring to.
Do you know what it's referring to?
I don't.
Do you know why Mr. Anderson was doing an internet search to try to find guardrail contractors at that time?
I can't without speculation say its intent.
You cannot state. Do you know whether that's an accurate statement of the search he performed, or if he made any other efforts to locate guardrail contractors?
I'm not sure.
The last paragraph on that page, the second sentence says, I know you and Kathy are under a lot of pressure to get these strikes fixed and operational ASAP. Procuring some additional help will expedite the repairs for the historic strikes, reduce the downtime, expose D7 to some additional help. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly?
Do you know what that statement, what Mr. Anderson meant by that statement?
Object to form.
I'm not sure.
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know what he was basing the statement that Mr. Moore and Kathy were under a lot of pressure to get the strikes fixed? Do you know the basis of that statement?
Object
I
to form.
don't know.
Do you know whether Arcadis had any communications with GDOT regarding pressure to get strikes fixed?
I'm not aware of any.
Am I to understand Arcadis was advocating getting additional help prior to the expiration of Martin Robbins' 2017 contract?
I feel like that's speculating.
So you don't know whether they were advocating getting additional help at that time to GDOT?
No, I don't know.
Mark is exhibit 33, Arcadis 39257. And you were CC'd on this, correct?
Yes,
It's an email from Ryan Bowman to Ryan Anderson, right?
yes.
And it says, hey, Ryan, attached is a list of qualified contractors for ITB categories related to guardrail maintenance. I called Lisa Mihalko to see if there are other sources for this contractor type, for the contractor types, and will let you know if when she gets back to me. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
You know why Mr. Anderson was sending this qualified contractor list?
I think Mr. Bowman sent it, not Anderson.
I apologize. Thank you. Who is Mr. Bowman?
He is a GIS analyst with Arcadis.
And do you know why he was sending that list?
I don't know why.
What, at this time, what had Arcadis been asked by GDOT to determine or locate contractors who could perform guardrail work in District 7?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any reason Arcadis would have been doing that just on their own volition?
I don't understand why we would.
You don't know why he was doing this. Had you seen that email before today?
I have not. Obviously, I was copied on it, but I did not see it in the prep of this deposition. I'll say that.
I'm going to do a little mark as Exhibit 34, which is Arcadis 41589 from 9/6/18. And I'm just going to let you read that to yourself before I ask you a question about it.
Okay.
Do you know any, this is from you, correct?
It is.
Okay, so I think we finally reached one where you can't tell me you don't know, right?
I hope so.
Tell me why did you send this email?
Goodness, now you're really making me rack my brain 3 years ago. Some of the other. There is some contract language in the service contract, if I can remember correctly.
Arcadis's contract.
No, in the service contract, maintenance service contracts for sweeping, in particular sweeping and drain cleaning. And I have to go back and look at the Exhibit 5 again. But there are some requirements for reporting to GDOT, and this company is just an IT company that could potentially help out with some of those requirements.
And that's Badger.
I know it's that airship. Thinkairship.com,
Can I see what you're looking at?
the email address.
Oh, that's
Oh,
who.
okay, thank you.
Badger is I think they do drain cleaning, sweeping and drain cleaning.
At this point, was Arcadis involved in bidding? Let me try again. Was Arcadis aware at this point that GDOT was going to rebid the District 7 guardrail maintenance work?
Not that I'm aware of to rebid it necessarily, no.
Okay. Was Arcadis involved?
Would it be helpful to go? I'm sorry. Would it be helpful to go back and look at the contract?
Not right now. Was Arcadis aware that ultimately GDOT did rebid the District 7 guardrail work?
We knew that when it was out for bid, yes.
Did you guys help draft either the bid documents or the contract documents for those?
Not that I'm aware of.
And am I correct that the contract was bid, the new contract was bid as two separate contracts?
I'm not sure if it was initially 2 or 3.
Okay, and that's, I was gonna try to get your help on that, because from reading this, it appears as it was initially bid as 2, but ultimately there were 3 contracts. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Without, see, that's, I'm not sure, I'm not 100% sure, without speculating.
I'm gonna hand you what we'll mark as exhibit number 35, which is Arcadis 39328, which is an email from Ryan Anderson to Kathy Zapool from 9/13/2018. The subject is Martin Robbins. And it says, hey, hi Kathy. I've heard that Martin Robbins didn't submit on either of the 2 new guardrail contracts currently being advertised. Did I read that part correctly?
You did.
And so does that refresh your recollection whether it was bid as 2 or 3?
I have to say this correctly. It's speculated that it's, but I don't know for sure that if it was bid as 2 or 3. He may have been misunderstood.
And then it says, I heard procurement extended the submission deadline. Did I read that part correctly?
You read it correctly.
Do you know why? Do you know if that's accurate?
I don't know.
So I assume if it is accurate, do you know why that was done?
I don't know.
At the form.
And then it says, am I allowed to contact Derek directly and encourage them to submit? Maybe inquire as to why they didn't submit. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly.
Do you know if Mr. Anderson ever did that?
No, I'm not sure.
Do you know why Mr. Anderson wanted to do that?
Objective form.
Not without speculation, his intent.
Is Mr. Anderson still employed at the company?
He is.
Did you speak with him in preparation for today?
I did talk with him, but not about this particular email.
What did you, was counsel present when you talked to him?
No,
Okay, then tell me what you talked about with Mr. Anderson in preparation for today.
about just that I was coming to talk to council about this issue.
And you had seen his name on emails and things of that nature. You
Yeah.
knew he was involved in this project, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't ask him any questions about the project, about the contract or Arcadis's involvement, correct?
Or any communication that he had or that I'd seen that he had had.
Do you know whether Ms. Zahoul ever provided a response to this email?
Not that I'm aware of
Um,
or have seen.
But it would appear from this email that Arcadis wanted Martin Robbins to bid on the new contract or one of the new contracts, correct?
Objective.
Speculation.
Was Arcadis involved in any discussions with GDOT about whether it was split into 2 or 3 about the decision to split it?
Can you give more context?
Sure. I'm just wondering, we agree that it was either bid as 2 or 3. Ultimately, there are 3 contracts for 2018 that we'll take a look at. And I'm wondering how the decision was made to go from Martin Robbins, there's 1 District 7 contract to now we have 3 District 7 contracts. And what discussions or communications, if any, Arcadis had either internally or with GDOT about that choice?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any of those discussions with GDOT to make a decision one way or the other.
Did Arcadis have an opinion on the decision to split?
Objective form.
Opinion on it? I don't think we had any opinion on it. It's up to GDOT to do whatever they would like to do with their contracts.
I'm gonna mark exhibit 36, which is Arcadis 32070. 36, right?
I think that's right. Yes. Yeah.
And this is in the 3rd little segment down. It's an email from Kathy Zahul to somebody with a bellsouth.net email address. I'm not suggesting that you know who that person is, but I want to ask you about something that Ms. Zahul says in there. The third sentence says, due to an excessive number of guardrail strikes this past year, our contractor has been unable to keep up with the volume of strikes throughout the metro Atlanta area. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Would Arcadis have agreed that there was an excessive number of guardrail strikes the prior year?
Objective.
I don't have we don't have an opinion on that.
Can I get that Bates number one more time this week?
Sure, 32070, and I don't know if I said it, but it's Arcadis.
All right, thank you.
Arcadis 32070. You make me very happy because I'm gonna pull out a bunch of very large documents that I only have very short questions about.
I was wondering how deep that satchel is.
Like Mary Poppins over here. I hand you what we're gonna mark as exhibit 37, which is ARC 3977. It is the GDI 2018 contract. Hold on that 1 second. I'm gonna hand you exhibit 38, which is Arcadis 4747. It is the RMD Holdings contract dated 2018. And I'm going to hand you exhibit 39, which is Arcadis 10901, which is the Solutions AE 2018 contract, Bates label ARC 1090, excuse me, 1. Was Arcadis involved in drafting any of these contracts?
Not to my knowledge.
If we look at DBI and the first whereas clause, in parentheses, it lists the work done and then it says District 7B. Do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then if we look at exhibit 38 in that same area, it says 7A, right? And then on exhibit 39, it also says 7A, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how those different regions were broken down or what areas they encompassed?
I would have to look to see if it's listed in the contract.
And let me ask a different question. Was Arcadis involved in any discussions about how the district should be broken up into these 3 segments?
Not that I'm aware of.
All of these contracts have a if you look, for instance, at exhibit 39, which is the solutions A and E.
Okay.
And you look at the page Bates labeled 10938.
Okay.
Was Arcadis involved in selecting the estimated the numbers listed under estimated quantity on this page or the 3 pages that follow it?
I'm not sure.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not sure if we were involved in that or not.
Do you know if Arcadis was involved in selecting the estimated quantities used in the other 2 contracts, exhibits 37 and 38?
I'm not sure.
Form.
Join.
Can you look back at 36 for me? Which was the Zohool email to the Bell South. And we looked at the 3rd sentence, but the 4th sentence says, as a result, we have 2 contracts advertised so that we will have contracts with a more manageable workload. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly.
Did Arcadis have any discussions with GDOT regarding making the contracts a more manageable workload?
Not to my knowledge.
Arcadis wants these 2018 contracts, and is it okay if I refer to them as the 2018 contracts, exhibits 37 through 39?
However you want to refer them to.
I'm gonna call them the 2018 as long as you understand what I mean. Was Arcadis continuing to identify damaged areas, report them to the contractors, and inspect repairs?
We were, that's kind of when that new process with the, what we talked about earlier with the ArcGIS system was being built and refined. From, I think we started that in May 2018.
And it was rolled out with Martin Robbins, and then it was continued use in the 2018 contracts, correct?
Not sure when it became live and active. I don't recall that date, but it would have been sometime in between. I don't know if it was when these were the new contracts, the 2018 contracts were initiated, or if it was before that.
Hand you exhibit 41, which is ARC 5914.
I think this might be 40, Claire. Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, you know what? You are right. I apologize, everybody. Get all the way to 40 without messing up. Exhibit number 40 is ARC 5914. Thank you, Sally.
Sure.
And the second email there is from Mr. Marshall, sent to several GDOT people and Arcadis people. You are one of those people, correct?
Yes.
And if you want to read that first sentence to yourself, please.
From Walker to
Yes, sir.
the one that says the following email highlights.
Yes, sir.
The process to move forward with supplying districts 1, 2, 3, and 6 route extents to help alleviate the backlog of guardrail strikes in District 7.
Okay, so at the end of 2018, were maintenance crews from districts 1, 2, 3, and 6 performing guardrail work in District 7?
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Sure. At the end of 2018 and the beginning of 2019, were maintenance crews from districts 1, 2, 3, and 6 performing guardrail maintenance work in District 7?
From this email, it would appear that they were going to.
hand you exhibit 41, which is ARC 9292. Says, hey Shane, attached is a map packet with additional guardrail strikes located for D6 to repair ASAP. Did I read that part correctly?
You did.
And to your knowledge, did D6 perform that work?
I'm not sure if they ended up performing it or not.
Do you have any reason to think they did not?
I don't have any conclusion if they did or did not.
Assuming other districts performed work in District 7 in late 2018 and early 2019. Can you explain why that decision was made to have them supplement when there were 3 contractors who had contracts to perform guardrail maintenance?
Check the form.
Join.
I feel like that's a decision that GDOT's made. We don't have any say in that.
So that was a decision GDOT made, but you all were reaching out with the specific locations, correct?
That is what this email appears.
Okay. And did GDOT have any, or did Arcadis have any discussions with GDOT regarding why they were asking for supplementation from other districts?
Objective form.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer.
Was there ever a discussion when Martin Robbins had the District 7 contract about reaching out to other districts to ask for help?
I'm not aware of any.
GDOT never raised that with you all.
I'm not sure. Not that I'm, to my knowledge.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Arcadis ever suggest that to GDOT?
Not that I'm aware of.
During Martin Robbins' contract from 2017 to September of 2018, was Arcadis aware that other districts had maintenance crews that could perform guardrail work?
I don't know that we did or not. Not sure.
Looking back at number 40. At the top of the second page, it says the service contractors will not receive any strikes in these extents until the districts have been told help has been completed. Did I read that correctly?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure exactly where you are.
Sorry, I'm at the very top of page 2 of exhibit 40.
Can you repeat your question based on that statement?
Well, first I just asked if I read it correctly, but now
Oh,
you have read
okay.
it.
Yes.
The extents, those are the geographic areas listed below, correct?
I don't. Are these above extents or the one belongs below?
I'm trying to figure out, is the extents referred
They're
to in
the
that?
same. They're the same.
So extents is geographic areas, correct? And service contractors, were those the contractors that GDOT had written agreements with that we looked at 37, 38, and 39?
When was their contract active? September? The 2018 contracts?
Those contracts, if you want to take a look at them,
Those
became
are
active in
not,
October and December of 2018.
So it looks like right in the time frame, same time frame. Is that it? I don't know if I answered the question.
The last bullet point there in that paragraph says the new extents will remove 30 strikes that we have already assigned to DBI. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so by using the maintenance crews, they were taking repairs off DBI's plate, correct?
Can you say that again, please?
Sure. By reassigning those 30 strikes, that meant DBI did not have to perform those repairs, correct?
New extents will remove 30 strikes that have been already.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
Do you have any basis to dispute that it says the new extent, so the geographic areas will remove 30 strikes that we have already assigned to DBI? You don't know what that means?
I'm not, the whole context of everything is a little confusing to me. So I can't really say.
And would my questions regarding the quantities that were taken over by the district maintenance crews, would those be better directed toward Mr. Walker, Mr. Marshall?
Would say that question again. I'm sorry. The number.
If I have questions regarding the number of strikes that were assigned to district maintenance crews as opposed to the 2018 guardrail contractors, would those questions be better directed toward Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Did GDOT ever say we don't need to engage district maintenance crews to perform this work? We hire these contractors, let them do the work.
Objective 4.
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Arcadis review exhibits 37, 38, and 39, which were the 2018 contracts?
Not in preparation for this. I did not.
Do you know if Arcadis ever did that when it was performing inspection, identification, and reporting for those?
I don't know if we got a copy of this or not.
I think I'm coming down the
During
home
the-
stretch. 42.
Yes.
And you exhibit 42, which is ARC 12604. And it is I'm sorry, ARC 12604. And it is a email sent on 2/12/2019 from Ryan Anderson to some GDOT folk as well as Jordan Hart. And it says, we spoke about it in the past, but can I look to utilize Justin Vaughn's or someone's area maintenance crew to repair the cable barrier on 675? DBI needs to just focus on W-beam as they are way behind to date. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly.
Do you know whether that statement is true that DBI was way behind as of 2/12/2019?
I'm not sure.
He broke something.
I may be done with my questions. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. I may actually stand up this time, and we will circle back, and I may be done with you today, Mr. Hendon.
Okay.
I am done with my questions pending any rebuttals I may have from follow-ups that Mr. Butler or any of the other council have. So thank you for your time, Mr. Hendon.
GDOT doesn't have any questions.
Okay, I'll have a few. Before I get started, I think we usually do this, but hadn't yet. Does any party have any objection to the witness being sworn and the deposition being taken, deposition being transcribed or video recorded remotely by Zoom?
No objections.
No objection.
And let's see, Ms. Lowe, if you already did that, I apologize. Okay. So are we're recording, everybody's under oath. Mr. Hendon, what city and state do you live in?
What city and state do I live in?
That's right.
Mentone, it's kind of a town, Alabama.
All right, and you are at the office of Arcadis as lawyer in Atlanta, Georgia, giving the deposition today, right?
Correct.
Okay, I want to show you something that you and I looked at before, and that is going to be plaintiff's exhibit number 6. This is the email from Linda English telling Martin Robbins about the damage to the subject guardrail, right?
I see it.
And this is the one that gives the repair completion due date of May 11, 2018, right?
I see that.
Okay. At the time that Arcadis sent this email to Martin Robbins, did Martin Robbins give any indication to Arcadis that it was not going to repair the guardrail in time?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I don't have opinion on that. I don't know.
Well, to the best of your knowledge, did Martin Robbins tell GDOT that it wasn't going to meet the 21-day deadline under the contract?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Without contextual, I don't know.
I mean, have you ever heard of any hint from Martin Robbins in connection with the subject guardrail that it was not going to complete the deadline, complete the repair within the contractual deadline of 21 days?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
In other words, as you sit here, can you think of any such warning from Martin Robbins?
Object to form.
Join.
I don't think that's not in my.
No, just do you know?
No, I don't know.
I wanted to ask you some questions on a different topic. You just answered questions for a lengthy period of time about the work that Martin Robbins had to do. Do you recall dealing with that topic over the last several hours?
Not at all. Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. Did you know that during the period in which Martin Robbins now claims it was overworked, Arcadis reminded Martin Robbins that Martin Robbins was able to hire subcontractors to help out if it needed?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Do you have anything that says that? I'm not aware of where I've seen that documentation.
Well, you know that I did. I'll show it to you.
Sure.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 49. And 49, Plaintiff's Exhibit 49 is an email exchange, right?
I see it.
Okay, it looks like an email exchange, right?
It does.
All right. So if we scroll down, there's only one part I really want to cover. Here to the second page of Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, we come to an email from Jordan Hart at Arcadis to Derek Wilkerson of Martin Robbins, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we see here that Jordan Hart of Arcadis says, quote, Martin Robbins is authorized to, he says, quote, concerning the volume of damaged locations being reported, as a reminder, Martin Robbins has the option to hire subcontractors to assist with the workload as long as proper notice is given in accordance with the contract. Did I read that right?
You read it correct.
To the best of your knowledge, did Martin Robbins ever do that? That is, hire somebody to help them with this workload that they allegedly were unable to manage.
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you know that Arcadis even sent Martin Robbins a list of possible contractors they could call if they needed to?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I was not aware.
Well, let's look then at what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 61. Do you see this chart on the screen in front of you?
I see the chart.
Okay. I don't know why it's cut off on the right side like that. That is the way it was. We got it when it was produced. It is from Arcadis. But does this appear to be a list of companies that deal with guardrail maintenance?
Object to the form of the question.
I don't know the context of what is, as this as an attachment to something that was previously sent. I'm not sure where this came from.
Yeah, I'll represent you. It was sent from Arcadis to Martin Robbins. And the question is,
I've not seen this before.
And object to that representation.
all right, the question is, does this appear to be a list of companies that deal with guardrail maintenance?
It appears that way, but I don't know who sent to what or where this document came from, other than what you're saying that who it came from and where from. I don't see any documentation saying that what you're saying is true. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I don't know.
I understand. To the best of your knowledge, did Martin Robbins hire any of these companies to help them with guardrail maintenance?
I'm not sure.
I mean, did they tell you that they did?
I'm not sure that they said either they did or did not. I don't know.
Okay. Have you, has Martin Robbins ever told you that they hired any of these people to help them with the contract?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Were you aware that during the period in which Martin Robbins now claims that it had too much work to do and was overworked, Martin Robbins was still applying for new contracts with the Georgia Department of Transportation?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I was not aware.
Would that surprise you?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I think that's an opinion question. I'm not here for opinions.
No, man. Would that surprise you?
I think that's an
Object to the
opinion.
form of the question.
Join.
Were you aware that during the period in which Martin Robbins now claims to have been overwhelmed and overworked, it was representing to, that is telling the Georgia Department of Transportation that it had millions and millions of dollars in excess capacity?
Object to the form of the question completely mischaracterizes both their testimony and what the documents you're referring to state, but
Join.
Did you know?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did you know it?
same objection.
I don't have an opinion on it.
I'm not asking for any opinion.
I don't know.
That's a good answer. You don't know, you don't know. Let's take a look then at Plans Exhibit 25, which will be one of several documents like this. You see Exhibit 25 on the screen in front of you.
I do.
What's the date highlighted in the top right?
It appears 6/13/18.
All right. And then down here in the bottom right, it's signed by the president of Martin Robbins, right?
It appears to be. I don't know who the president
Object to the
is.
form of the question.
All right. Do you see over name of firm, it says Martin Robbins Fence Company, correct?
It does.
And then by there appears to be some signature, but I can't read it. Can you?
I cannot.
And then title, it says president, right?
It appears to be, maybe misspelled, but yes.
All right. And then in the middle, it says my current capacity is, and it gives a figure of about $13.8 million. Isn't that what it says?
It appears to say that, yes.
Isn't it true that under its contract with the Georgia Department of Transportation, Martin Robbins had the ability, if it wanted to self-report damage to guardrail?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yep. Isn't it true that Martin Robbins had the ability to report damaged guardrail itself? That is to say, it didn't have to like wait around for someone else to notice the guardrail. It could point out when guardrail was damaged as well.
Object to the form of the question.
I'll have to go back and look at the contract to confirm that. I'm not 100% sure right now, unless you have that in the contract.
Well, I've got an email here. I'll show you. Let's return to Plaintiff's Exhibit number 49. And then I'll scroll down to the second page where we were before. This is that same email from Jordan Hart to Derek Wilkerson, right?
Yes, I see it.
Didn't Mr. Hart tell Mr. Wilkerson, quote, Martin Robbins is authorized to self-report damaged locations if they are found in the field as stated in our last meeting, close quote.
That is what it says.
And are you aware of any examples in which Martin Robbins did that, i.e. Martin Robbins did report damaged guardrail?
Object to the form of the question.
Object to the form.
Can you repeat that, please?
Are you aware of examples in which Martin Robbins did that, i.e. Martin Robbins did report damaged guardrail?
Object to the form of the question.
I don't have anything. I've not reviewed anything to say that they have.
You see Plaintiff's Exhibit 60 on the screen in front of you.
Yes. Well, or I guess it is.
We
Okay.
can't see the number.
Oh, there it
Yes,
is,
yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Oops.
And then if we scroll down to sort of the middle of the first page, we see an email from Derek Wilkerson to a bunch of people at Martin Robbins, Arcadis, and GDOT.
Yes, I see that.
All right, and then the email from Mr. Wilkins says, Kelvin, can you have the department look at some specific location? You see that?
It says, look at this location.
Yeah, and then he refers to Interstate 85 southbound just past exit 76, right?
Yes.
That's very close to where this collision occurred, isn't it?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
Close is relative as opinion.
Okay, that's within, what, about 2 miles of where this collision happened, right?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I don't know specifically how far away it was.
Do you recall this collision was at mile marker about 77.4?
Object
Yeah.
to the form of the question.
Join.
That is what was reported.
Okay, reported by Arcadis, right?
Not this collision, not the subject guardrail collision.
Okay, if we look again at plaintiff's exhibit, the second page of plaintiff's exhibit 6, do you see location milepost there in the
Yes.
5th column from the right?
Yes.
It says 77.4, doesn't it?
But what I'm saying is that in order to locate the guardrail, it was not located by Arcadis, as we saw in previous discussions.
This email, plaintiff's exhibit 6, is from Linda English at Arcadis, right?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree that the subject guardrail we've been talking about all day is very near milepost 77.4?
Object to form.
Join.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. I want to ask you about whether certain people were employees of Arcadis in 2018. So I'll just ask you, and I hope you can say, yes, that person was an employee of Arcadis at some point during 2018, or no, they were not. Here's the list. Calvin Thrasher,
But yes, he was.
Logan Adams,
I'm not sure his termination date or his resignation date. Not
was
sure.
he at one point an employee of Arcadis?
At one point he was. I'm not sure his resignation date, if it was prior to 2018 or after 2018.
All right, at a minimum, we know that he was an employee of Arcadis in late 2017 because he's on that September weekly report, right?
If he was on that report, then yes.
All right. James Ansa,
I'm not sure his resignation date. He's no longer with Arcadis.
was he an employee of Arcadis at some point in the 2017, 2018 timeframe?
Without getting the resignation dates, I don't know for sure.
Was he an employee of Arcadis at some point?
At some point he was.
Thomas Halley.
Hallie Thomas?
Yeah. We'll take
Um,
it.
At some point she was.
All right, Ryan Roundtree.
At some point he was.
Okay. Isn't it true that Arcadis and Arcadis personnel drove by this guardrail many times before they finally reported it as damaged?
Object to form calls for speculation.
I don't have an opinion on that.
You don't know whether
I
Arcadis
don't know
struck
how many-
by.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, we know that at one point Arcadis personnel stopped right across the road from this guardrail and took a picture, don't we?
I do remember seeing that.
All right. I'll bring it up.
Calvin Thrasher.
I think you're right. Let's see. Do you see minus exhibit 201 on the screen in front of you?
It's very big, but yes, I do see it.
Is this the
Thank you.
picture you were talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
This was taken by Calvin Thrasher.
That's correct.
Taken by Calvin Thrasher on March 14 of 2018, right?
Yes.
Isn't this directly across the interstate from the subject guardrail?
Objective form.
Directly across, I can't say specifically.
Okay, well, let's then, we'll take a look in Google Earth. All right, I'll just show you as I navigate there. You see my Google screen?
I do.
All right, let's drive. I think I can get to this guardrail pretty quick. Let's see, it should be right about here. And then right there. And if we turn around, we can see there on the screen, this is the same area that Calvin Thrasher took that picture of on March 14, 2018, right?
Object to the form of the question.
Join.
I'm not sure if you'll have to switch back to his picture to get a good reference point.
Okay, well, look at this. It says exit 77 Metropolitan Parkway, exit only, right?
Yes.
All right, I'll stop that share and then we will start another. And now we're back to Plans Exhibit 201. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you see the exact same sign there?
Yes.
All right, and then it also says exit 76 Cleveland Avenue, right?
Yes.
All right, let's go back to Google Street View. Do you see that same sign, exit 76?
I do see it.
This is the same place, isn't it?
Where's the subject guardrail in relation?
Objective form.
The picture, the place being shown in Google Maps on the screen in front of you is the same place where Calvin Thrasher took that picture on March 14, 2018.
He took it on the right side of the road. The subject guardrail was on the left side.
We're looking at this, as we look at this screen now, isn't it true that we're looking at the same place where Calvin Thrasher took that picture on March 14 of 2018?
Calvin Thrasher was on the right side of the road at this location.
Yes, we're looking at the same signs here as in the Thrasher picture, right?
Yes.
The Thrasher picture that we just looked at that was marked as Plans Exhibit 201, right?
Yes.
And directly across the road is the subject guardrail.
Objective form.
Do you agree?
Objective form.
I don't know. Yeah. Is that the subject guardrail?
Yep, that's the question.
Okay. It looks to be across 5 lanes of traffic.
Right. So over here on the right side, we have where Calvin Thrasher took the picture, correct?
Probably not exactly where your finger is pointing there on your cursor, probably up the street or up the road a little bit.
Okay, right here where my cursor is within, I don't know, 100 yards of where Calvin Thrasher took the picture we just looked at. That was Plans 201, correct?
Object to the
Within-
form of the question.
Join.
I would agree within 100 yards.
And across the street from that, we see the subject guardrail, correct?
Objective form.
Join.
I do see it, yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that Arcadis was supposed to manage GDOT's contract with Martin Robbins?
Objective form.
No.
Well,
They were to help or assist with the contract.
Okay, we can use those words. Isn't it true that Arcadis was supposed to help or assist in managing the contract between GDOT and Martin Robbins?
Objective form.
So I think it's open to speculation on the capacity.
I'm showing you now what's in Mark's plan exhibit 235. Do you see that?
Yes.
This is another email exchange, isn't it?
Yes.
If we scroll down, we can see an email from Jordan Hart at Arcadis, correct?
Yes.
And doesn't he say, quote, management of this contract will be split between Linda English and myself, close quote.
That is what it says.
Now, part of Arcadis' job was to verify or validate the repairs made by Martin Robbins, right?
Objective form.
At the direction of GDOT.
So is that a yes? Arcadis was supposed to help validate or verify the repairs made by Martin Robbins?
In some capacity. Yes.
Okay, we'll just look at another document then. You see in front of you plans exhibit 200.
Yes.
These are the meeting minutes from March 13 of 2018 that we've spoken about before, right?
Yes.
If we scroll down a little bit here, it talks about the repairs will be verified primarily by Gino Crawford, Arcadis inspector. Other inspectors may verify repairs as needed, close quote, right?
That's what it says.
All right. Now, did Arcadis verify or validate any repairs on the subject guardrail made by Martin Robbins between April 20 of 2018 and May 11 of 2018?
Objective form.
I don't know.
Did Arcadis verify or validate any repairs on the subject guardrail made by Martin Robbins between May 11, 2018 and June the 3rd, 2018?
Objective form.
I don't know.
So why did Arcadis think the repair had been made?
I think that's speculation. I don't have an opinion on that.
Did Martin Robbins have any idea whether the repair had been made?
Objective form.
I don't know.
That's all the questions I have.
I promise you, there's just a few follow-up questions.
Okay, perfect.
Um,
I'm ready.
Mr. Butler showed you a list, which he represented to you was a list of guardrail contractors. Do you remember that? Are you familiar with the quality of work for any of those contractors listed other than Martin Robbins?
I'm not aware of any.
Do you know whether Martin Robbins contacted any other guardrail contractors to see if they could assist?
I'm not aware of any. I don't know.
So you wouldn't know what those guardrail contractors may have said to Martin Robbins?
No.
That's all my questions. We'll let you go.
I'll have one more, and I'm just correcting a verbal error on my part. Mr. Hendon, I asked you as the last question if Martin Robbins had any idea whether a repair had been made, and I misspoke. I meant to say Arcadis. So the question should have been, did Arcadis have any idea whether the repair had been made?
Objective form.
Not that I'm aware. I don't know.
All right. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, I just want to get this one thing on the record since we're not all in the room together. What I'm going to do, assuming that this is okay with everybody, is it looks like my VPN is now working. So I have all of the exhibits in PDFs. So what I'm going to do is put all of them with, obviously it won't have the exhibit stickers in it, but I will write exhibit 1, exhibit 2 on them. I will put those in a file and have my paralegal Dropbox that to our court reporter. I am leaving from here. I'm not going back to the office right now, but on Monday, when I am in the office, I will also have my paralegal scan in the exhibits with the stickers on them, just as like a backup or a confirmation, as long as that is okay with everybody.
That's fine.
I didn't understand all of that, but if you're gonna distribute your exhibits through Dropbox or other means, that is fine with me, and we trust you to do so.
Mr. Butler, are you gonna, the plaintiff's exhibits that y'all introduced, you're gonna send those to the court reporter as well?
Yes, I will.
Okay,